Good evening. We're back with some more rewind replay, or as we more commonly call it, Smol Caetsu Chaiji's adventure. Tonight we're probably going to be doing mainly just MSQ, since we're out of job quests, and then we're going to maybe reach Garuda. That's pretty much where I'm expecting to end at the very least, or end up, you could say. But yeah, just going through the quest line. Last time we discovered that our hideout, or our Scions hideout, was not a hideout. Incidentally, it was very public knowledge. Hey Dr. Wario, how are you doing? Good. Yep, me too. Awesome. Oh yeah, we're also maybe going to discover how much inventory space we have actually left to work with. I'm not selling anything before I have to. It's gonna be an interesting little experiment. Yeah, I'm pretty good. Earlier today I was editing a video. Unfortunately, I spent like 2 hours on the rendering crashing repeatedly, which was less fun and not ideal, but I did get it to work eventually. But that's a kind of part of the process. I have found some ways to make it more reliable in the future, but it's still annoying. You gave up on crafting? Okay. Yeah, if you're not super enjoying the extremely repetitive nature of it, then it gets boring really fast. Just a moment.
This one is surprised to see Walking One in Little Solace. How can these ones assist Walking One?
I have a corpse for you. You would rather die repeatedly in dungeons. Fair enough. Generally, I think at the right time, I love like the relaxed nature of crafting. But in most cases, I prefer combat and doing unusual stuff in the game myself, like how the other day we did solo content.
Neuraxia, but this one does not understand.
Fishing's nice, the rest are boring. I guess fishing has a little bit more, like, is a little bit more interactive. That makes perfectly good sense, yeah. I think spearfishing is the most fun one in that regard. Because it has a lot of, like, active maneuvering in a way. You have to plan it, and it goes really fast. And you get a lot of loot out of it, too. But I can imagine why fishing would be pretty enjoyable as well. Just fishing.
Kamuxio, this one has heard much wailing. This one would know what has caused such distress. Terrible news, Elder One. Awful news. Walking One has returned to Little Solace, but why? These ones have not requested further aid. Neuraxia, how did this happen? Explain everything to this one at once.
I haven't gotten to spearfishing yet. Oh, okay, so there's a lot more like... I don't know, maybe you're just leveling fishing with ocean fishing, but if you're doing the quest line, then I guess there's a lot of exploring and figuring out what fish are where and stuff like that, and I can absolutely see why you would find like that would be very fun. I did that myself. I actually leveled fishing completely without ocean fishing myself, and I didn't do any fishing in Diadem either. So I had to interact with the world and figure out what lures worked, different places and things like that.
So, not only Noraxia, but many of Walking One's friends were lost as well. Noraxia! Noraxia went to Thanalan at the behest of this one. Walking One was with Noraxia at the end. Tell this one that Noraxia was brave. Tell this one that Noraxia did not suffer. This one is glad to hear Walking One's words. Thank you for bringing Noraxia home, Walking One. These ones also wish to thank Praying Ones. Tell Praying Ones these ones will remember this kindness. This one demands vengeance! Imperial Ones must pay! Imperial Ones must suffer! When the time comes for Walking Ones to face Imperial Ones, do not forget these ones. These ones would not have Noraxia's death be for naught. These ones will fight!
You just got to the part where you use fish. You catch as bait. Oh, you just unlocked mooching. Right. That is where it gets a little complex. I don't know if you've... how much you've done mooching and how much the quests might make it feel like it is important. But in a lot of cases, mooching is like kind of specific, you could say. Like, there's a lot of fish to catch, and the vast majority of them you don't need mooching for. But you might get the impression that mooching is like a crucial part of the class. It's really important to figure out when you're fishing for a specific fish whether you need to mooch for it or not, else you might end up wasting a lot of time and a lot of bait. Mooching is when fishing gets fun. It does mean that there's like a whole chain of events that you have to deal with as you're fishing. Like, if you need a fish, like, I don't know how far you've gotten with it, but there are fish that require you to mooch with a specific fish that you can only get by mooching a completely different fish. So like, you have to fish, catch a specific thing, and then mooch that, and then catch a specific thing after that, and then use that to mooch for the actual target that you were aiming for, which is both very interesting and simultaneously leaves a lot of chance. We thank you. We thank you for your service to the church and to the sylphs. You may be pleased to know that, in your absence, we interred the remaining Scions in the Lishard. Perhaps you still wish to do more for your friends. If so, I would remind you that you have already done so much on their behalf. Please, take a rest and set aside your burdens for now, Caetsu. Thank you. Oh, glasses. And money. It is rare that you need to like chain mooching. It's more a matter of it exists. The good news are, because as you probably have figured or have been explained, Dr. Wario, is that you can only mooch with a fish, with a large fish, I believe. So like a high quality fish, effectively. Which means that not only do you have to catch the correct fish, it has to, you know, roll the high quality, and then you mooch it, which means that you have to like, it has even another layer of randomness. But the good news there are that as you get to higher level, you will unlock a mooching skill that allows you to use non-high quality fish for mooching. Which makes it a lot more manageable. And often when you have these like fish chains that like that, the first fish is very specific on the bait, so that you can use a bait to target that one and maybe one or two other fish, so your chance of catching it is very high. And maybe there's only 2 fish you can catch when you mooch it, and then there's maybe only the target fish when you mooch that. So it like narrows it down greatly, so it isn't as bad as it initially sounds, but it can feel very overwhelmingly annoying at times. And hey, Pokeshack, how are you doing, by the way? Eyes on me. I'm not imagining it, Kaiju. I know I'm being watched. This is different, sinister. It is as if I'm under observation. The feeling Mister, can you... I'm having a conversation here. Can you not? The feeling comes and goes, but I felt it when I last ventured outside. Yes, I know it, and I know I felt it. Will you look outside for me? Please? It will only take a moment. Yeah, sure. I'm good, Pokeshack. Good to hear it. Just make sure you don't miss the thing that you said you had in your schedule just because of me. We've guys, I think maybe we found the observers. Baking while waking. What? Yeah, I saw the paladin spot. That was the only thing I saw. And I thought I was going to talk with Marquise, also known as Not Sid. I'm actually impressed that these level 35 mobs can take that much of a beating. I know my weapon is not amazing, but still. Like that just goes to show you how big of a difference your gear makes. I have a 15 level advantage on a mob, and I'm hitting it like we're even because my weapon is not good. You were attacked, weren't you? Are you unharmed? Thank the gods. I knew it. He was watching me, but why was he watching me? What did he want with me? Did he perhaps know something of my past? If only I could have asked him. Oh, sorry about that. Maybe I should have taken him hostage instead. That's a good point. That good point in hindsight. My bad. My bad. I'll remember it for next time, Marquise. Now, if I was a healer or a mage, I could have just slapped him and gone in and told you, and we would have been all good, but I'm guessing the quest wouldn't have allowed me that. Marquise, since when does your face look like the butt of a tank? I don't remember you looking this platy. I need to think. Please, allow me a moment alone. Wait, Father Iliad must have heard of this. Will you tell him for me? It's important. I think others may come for me again. Are you serious, Marquise? Are you serious right now? Will you tell him for me? Okay, Marquise. If you're that lazy, I guess I'll go and tell him. Hey, Iliad, you won't believe what Marquise just told me. Within earshot. At speaking volume. That you could totally not hear. Anyway. Heavens forfend, that such a thing should happen on holy ground. Do you have any idea who this man was? Did you notice anything distinctive about his garb or possessions? He looked like a Guardian. And I guess he had an Imperial short sword. This is Garlean steel, you don't say. He was wearing the Garlean uniform. I could have told you that. Which means the man who was watching Marquise was... Make haste to Camp Drybone at once. We must summon the immortal flames before more Imperials come. We don't need the shoes, so just give me the money. Just give me the money. All the money. Oh, hey.
I fondly hoped that I might be the first to speak with you. Would that I had been so fortunate. At ease, adventurer. I come not on behalf of the Empire. On the contrary, I mean to revive the Scions of the Seventh Dawn.
You what, mate? Weren't you part of the Scions? Why are you suddenly acting like we don't know each other?
And to that end, I have come in search of a legend. The greatest engineer of our time, Master Sid Garland. I have come for you.
Alvin, not exactly.
I fear you are mistaken, child. He is but a poor soul who bore witness to the horrors at Cartano. I beg of you, leave us in peace.
Wait,
Does he have the echo?
Hear me, Sid. Eorzea needs you.
Why is there a bottle there? Oh, okay.
Sid, was it? Here, these belong to you.
Lower than usual. So like lower than usual on the stream, Pokeshack? Or do you mean like lower in general?
I thought you bore the mark of greatness. It seems that I was right. Our time together was all too brief, but it felt as though my son had returned to me. You have brought joy to an old man's life. But it is time for you to help those who truly need you.
Who are you?
Tell you what, Pokeshack, let me just check. I'll just mute the sound of the game real quick. It sounds just right to...
At your service.
Levieux? I've never heard it like that. Pokeshack, it sounds just right to me. I can try and turn up the volume a little bit, but I feel like it sounds just normal. So you sure it's not you that have the sound a little bit lower than usual? Or maybe this particular cutscene is a little quiet, maybe.
As a scion of the Seventh Dawn, I stand against our primal and imperial foes, as my grandfather once did. 'Tis no secret what befell our order at the Waking Sands. Word has already spread across Eorzea. The repercussions are far greater than you realize. In the wake of the calamity, the 3 city-states focused their efforts solely on reconstruction, leaving the Scions to combat the primal threat unaided. And lo, we are all but destroyed. Yet even as the nations mourn our demise and abandon what little hope they have left, we cannot forsake our duty, now least of all. The Exile have summoned Garuda once more, and she torments the people of Kurthus as we speak. Her appetite for destruction far exceeds that of other primals. Worse, in her present incarnation, our Baldessian colleagues believe she surpasses both Ifrit and Titan in strength. Yet, therein lies an opportunity. Were we somehow to defeat Garuda, it would serve as a warning to the other beast tribes that even their mightiest gods can be felled. If we are to face our foe, we must first circumvent the tempest that shields her sanctuary. And for that, we need an airship. Your airship, Sid.
I have an airship?
Yes, Sid, you do. Your very own airship. It was last seen in the skies over Gridania, not long before the calamity. So let us begin our search there.
An airship? My airship? Oh, wait.
Wait, I'll just make a new airship.
Come, let us put an end to the primals. Together, we will show the world that the Scions are still a force to be reckoned with.
They need my airship. They need me.
I think it's really funny that he just had his like glasses situation on under the hood the entire time, completely obviously, of course. I mean, but it's really funny that he just has those glasses on, like those goggles, and doesn't even question it. Like, oh yes, that's how I am. That's just how I'm born. I mean, the thing with Alphinaud is that his story is that he's, you know, an academic who, you know, he knows a lot. He knows so much, in fact, that he thinks he has it all figured out. He just needs people to do as he says. He knows the solution to all the world's problems. And people just has to do the thing, then it'll be good. And people aren't doing as he asks, and that's why he gets annoyed. But he knows what to do. Then, eventually, he grows up and realizes that not only does he not have all of the answers, sometimes he does not have any answers, and he needs other people to help him find them. And that makes him grow as a character. But his story arc is quite literally annoying teenager who thinks he knows better. That's where he starts. So Dr. Wario, Dr. Wario, if you find Alphinaud annoying during A Realm Reborn, then I think the story writers are really good. Like, all things considered, how the A Realm Reborn story might feel a little bit rushed and things like that, they nailed that one. Also, just as a little aside, Dr. Wario, do you feel like the voice acting was significantly quiet in the cutscene we just had? Because Pokeshack said that they were having a little bit of problems.
He who waited behind. What a curious twist of fate that Master Sid Garland would at last be found within our church. It defies imagination. Beg your pardon, Kaitsu. You wish to find his airship, yes? I know not how much truth there is to it, but there is a tale known as the Final Flight of the Enterprise, which grew popular in the wake of the calamity, much like the Great Gorbyu Wall of Uldar. It states that the Enterprise flew northwest from Gridania towards Kurthas. The Great Gorbyu Wall of Uldar? If true, the airship would have passed through the North Shroud, likely over Falgout Float, the closest settlement to Kurthas. Mayhap the Serpents stationed there have records of the events that transpired that day. I had hoped you might rest from your journeys for a time, but I see that the world still has need of you and the Scions. Pray look after yourself and Sid, Kaitsu. Not Alphina? Well, if you both feel like it's a little quiet, let's see what I can do about it. You might be seeing this and thinking, how am I even able to hear anything? But the reason for that is that there's this bug that I ran into in PvP where sometimes the sound just breaks and the only way to fix it is to restart the game. It appears to happen less regularly the lower the master volume is. And that's why my master volume is this low. But what I can do is I can turn it up to like 8, and then I can just do like this, and then like this. Then we should end up with the voices being like 50% louder. And I'm pretty sure it's only in cutscenes. Pretty sure. So let's try that. Because the important thing is that the game doesn't like get so loud that you can't even hear me. And at the same time, I wouldn't want it to be that I'm so loud that you can't even hear the game, but most of the things that happen in the game don't need to be heard super specifically, but the voice acting is pretty important, because when the voice acting sets in, I'm not talking anyway. I don't want to drown out the actual voice acting. Is there aught I can assist you with, miss? The Enterprise. You speak of Master Garland's ship, yes? I needn't refer to the records. I know that the airship was sighted overhead 5 years ago, clearly bound for Kurthas. What became of it after that, I cannot say. If you wish to know more, pray speak with Waterford at Florentel's Spire. He was on duty that day and saw it with his own eyes. I'm unsure what it is you hope to accomplish, though. Even should you locate the ship, would you not need a man of Master Garland's caliber to fly it? I hear tell that the machinery is fiendishly complex. You could maybe go in the inn and see one cutscene for the test. I think it's fine. If it fixed the issue, then it's louder. If it's not fixed, then you guys will be able to notice that it is still not that loud, right? Or you can say, it's still a little quiet, could we turn it up a little bit more? Or you can say, I think it's a little loud now. The main idea is that the cutscenes with voice acting should have voices loud enough that you guys can hear it. Like, because I'm not going to be talking, so you might as well be able to hear that. But it doesn't have to be so loud that it's overwhelming, right? What's the reward for not skipping cutscenes because I failed that miserably? Well, Dr. Wario, the reward for not skipping any cutscenes is that you know everything the story has to offer. There isn't any particular reward beyond that. The benefit is that in skipping them is that you can always watch someone else do them afterwards if you prefer. You have come in search of Waterford. Then well met, for you have found him. Indeed, I have served as a whaler for many years, since before the great snows came to Kurthas. What exactly is this about? Ah, the final flight of the Enterprise. I do indeed remember that day. There is no secret rewards for not skipping cutscenes. There is nothing. It's just the reward is that you get the full story. Some people like the story, some people don't like the story. It's okay to not like the story, but if you skip all the cutscenes, then you also lose the opportunity to say that you didn't like the story because you didn't even watch the story, right? You're okay to say you don't like it, but you don't get to have the opportunity to say that the story was bad because you didn't see it. So that, like, if that's something you care about to have for a Twitter argument or something, then you need to watch the cutscenes even if you don't like them. Yeah, Pokejack says, I honestly never understood why the Enterprise is the way it is. I thought it would be bigger. Just skipping AR. That story you remember. Oh, okay. I mean, I actually skipped through most of AR when I played originally because I wasn't particularly interested in the story. I was much more interested in figuring out whether the gameplay was something that I enjoyed. And I had figured that out properly by the time I entered Heavensward. And I can say, given that I'm here now, that yes, I did in fact enjoy the gameplay, and so now I also enjoy the story, and now we're getting it in full detail. I had to watch like a summary video to explain to me what the story of AR was exactly, to be able to, you know, understand what happened before then. But now we're taking every cutscene, everything in detail. And I will be voice acting any voice line that doesn't have it in the game. Whether you want me to or not. It was on the eve of the Battle of Cartano, nigh on 5 years ago. I held the spire alone that night, while the bulk of our forces marched to meet the enemy in the field. Then, all of a sudden, the most fantastic airship I had ever seen splits the sky overhead. I could only watch in shock as it disappeared over the mountains to the northwest. If the Enterprise wasn't destroyed during the calamity, I'd wager it's still somewhere in Kurthas. The astrologians at the observatorium may have records which could help, but to obtain them, you would need to deal with the Ishgadians who control the region. I wouldn't expect much, though. The High Houses have long been concerned with their own affairs above all else. When Dalamud descended, they took shelter behind their gates, and even now they have little regard for the plight of other nations. Nevertheless, they may deign to assist you should you prove yourself useful. Consider providing your services to the soldiers who guard the observatorium. Though they may refuse you at first, I've little doubt they would accept aid freely offered. So, this is when you're supposed to get to Kurthas. Meanwhile, we've kind of already been here. What with our Dragoon questline and everything. I think it might only really be Dragoon that gets forced to go here, but I'm pretty sure that there are other jobs that go here briefly. The whale rules. It's big. It really makes me stand out. Hello, Ludois.
Excuse me, can you repeat that? You wish to offer your services to House Durin, and what, pray tell, do you wish to receive in exchange? How absurd, as if we would permit an outsider to peruse the records of the observatorium. Do not mistake our courtesy for friendliness. The Holy See of Ishgard may allow foreigners to travel freely within these lands, but we do not intend to offer succor to strangers.
Cool, dude.
I love you. You're super awesome, I guess. Give me the money.
Hello and have mercy, are you still here? You may take shelter within our walls if you insist, but do not distract me while I am on duty. We're stretched thin as it is. And where in the hells is that knight I sent out on patrol? He should have returned ages ago. Perhaps I have a use for you after all. If you still wish to aid us, search the wilds to the west for my missing man. You will know him by his uniform, that of House Durandare, as is mine.
Just looks like a chainmail, dude. It's just a chainmail. Oh, there. These is guardians, huh? They are also annoying until somewhere in Heaven's Ward, aren't they? I should have used Dragon Fire Dive first. That would have made way more sense since it does AoE damage. Keeled overnight.
If it wasn't for you, miss, I reckon they would have finished me off. Despicable dragon-loving bastards. Death with...
How did you spit?
Death was a mercy they didn't deserve. I prayed the rumors were mistaken, but this confirms the worst. I must immediately inform my superiors that the heretics are operating within this region. Fare thee well, friend.
How did he spit? I don't know if it goes through well on the mic, but I'm like putting a hand up to like make the sound of him talking into his very dense helmet. How did he spit through it? Will this be your first time in Kurthus? And you, looking sideways as you swear glance sideways at Alberic and motion him to stay away and act like it's your first time here and hide your backflip armor. Shush! You don't know me! The soldiers of Ishgard until the end of era are the most annoying things. Yeah, exactly. They're very stuck up.
I must say, I didn't actually expect you to find my knight, much less rescue him. I see I may have been premature in my judgment, miss. We are a proud people, beholden to tradition, but that does not mean we are without humility.
Really?
I shall instruct the astrologians to entertain your request. However, understand that it is ultimately their decision whether or not you may peruse their records. Pray proceed to the observatorium and introduce yourself to Edmil.
You don't want to know the answer. He just spits and it just splashes back at him. It's a really bad habit he has, and he just keeps forgetting that he has it. Like, and that he's wearing a helmet. That looks really silly. Your glasses are too small, friend.
Ah, the lady come in search of the airship. This is highly unorthodox. Whatever could Sir Ludoir be thinking? It is true that we maintain meticulous records which stretch back generations. However, because this information is used to chart Dravanian activity, access is strictly controlled. One can never be too careful with heretics and their sympathizers lurking about. If you would persist with your inquiries, pray seek an audience with Chief Astrologian Fallemort up above.
So remember everyone, that you can mount inside the building. Because I don't believe I remembered that when I got to this part in the story originally. I actually ran up these stairs, and it took a long time. But there's even more. Hey, Fallemort.
No,
Absolutely not. Have you any inkling what it is you ask? I don't know, I heard something about a new Splatoon game or something. Is that the inkling you're talking about? Were our records to fall into the wrong hands, it could change the course of a war which has raged for generations. I speak not of some mere spat between southern nations. Ours is a holy crusade, and we are the arbiters of Halone's will. I will not put our great nation at risk, certainly not to help a foreigner locate a missing airship of all things. Pardon the intrusion, Voldemort. I wish to speak with you regarding the recent... Oh, I did not realize you had a guest. Inquisitor Guillaume, you honor us with your presence, sir. The lady was just leaving. I was? No, I'm not. Ah, you must be the one who rescued House Durendare's knight from those heretics. Doubtless they feel indebted to you. I am told you seek an airship last seen in Kurthas 5 years ago, yes? You come to us at an inconvenient time, I fear. Much has changed in the intervening years, and little for the better. While I wish you the best of luck in your search, I would strongly advise caution. The snows can come quickly in Kurthas. One moment you may feel as though you have a firm grasp on your surroundings, safe and secure in your knowledge, and the next you may find yourself in a wholly unfamiliar situation, blind to the dangers hidden by the blizzard. It would be wise for you to focus on a single landmark whilst traveling. Do not give in to temptation and deviate from your course. What? I was not aware you aided House Durendare in that fashion. Thank you, ma'am. Nevertheless, my decision stands. I cannot give you what you seek. Your glasses also look silly. The astrologians of Ishgard are pretty dumb. Praise be to the astrologians of Sharlayan. Yeah, I know, right?
You there, ma'am? I could not help but overhear your conversation with the chief astrologian. There may be a way I can assist you, but it would require that you perform for me a favor in exchange. An associate of mine has yet to return from his expedition to the cliffs east of the observatorium. He was adamant that he could conduct his observations alone, despite the presence of Exile in that vicinity. If you would seek out this astrologian and confirm that he is well, it would be a great comfort to me.
I feel like these Ishgardians really just like to tell people to go fetch them things. Hey, I'm missing a person. Can you go fetch them for me? Hey, I'm also missing a person, incidentally. Can you go fetch them? Let's see. Over there. Yes. Also, very, very convenient that they're scared of Exile in the area, and Exile is the reason why we need an airship right now. It's like, imagine if they listened to what we needed the thing for. They're just like, you want an airship? You want to find an airship? Can't help you. If we could have been like, we need an airship to fight the Exile. Maybe they would have been like, you know, like those Exile that is coming in from the east? You mean those? Those kinds of Exile? Yes, incidentally, exactly those kinds of Exile. Weird coincidence. What a relief to see someone other than a goddamn birdman. I thought I could not finish my work whilst the Exile were away, but they returned far quicker than I anticipated. It was all I could do to hide and hope they might leave again before I froze to... Wait, who are you? You're not one of our... How did you miss that? Finally, someone else looks at me like his head height, and then realizes through a sentence, like mid-speech, that I'm not even there. A man of House Durendare cannot be seen in the company of an unbeliever. Good day, man. An unbeliever? Rude. I am a believer. I just believe in something else. The cult of the pink, of course. He should also wear pink. It would make him happier and more inclusive. Pokejack says, yeah. Fishguard, all my homies are gone. My homies. Well, good thing I didn't have to escort him back. This is a time where the magic school bus is a bit inconvenient. It's a bit hard to see exactly where our like point connecting us to the floor is. So we might just slip off if I'm not very careful. Wait. Oh, there she is. The arrogant fool returned not long before you arrived, muttering about the disgrace of having been rescued by an unbeliever. Serves him right for underestimating the dangers our knights face every day. But you're eager to locate your airship. It may surprise you that by saving him, you have already aided your own cause. House Durandare is quick to regard outsiders with suspicion, and as it is their duty to sound the alarm at the first sign of Travanian aggression, yet you have already aided them twice, for which they are honor-bound to repay you. Even so, they will not grant you access to the Observatorium's records. That is just as well, for there are other ways you might locate your missing airship. What I propose is that you petition Lord Portalain for an official introduction to the other high houses. The word of House Durandare carries tremendous weight in Ishgard. Should the captain consent, you would have little trouble obtaining information from the other high houses. Portalain, Portalain, Portalain. Ugh. I know completely, I'm well aware that you can't die from fall damage if you're not in combat, but I always get this feeling of butterflies as I fall down like that. Do you know what I mean? Bogshak says, magic school bus, climbing stairs. Yes.
You've caused quite a stir in your short time here. First you slay 2 heretics and save a knight, and now I hear you have rescued a man of our house. I imagine you must desire something for your troubles.
Yeah, actually, you know.
An introduction to the other high houses. I cannot deny that you have given us no cause to distrust you, but while you have performed 2 acts, you would have me endorse you to 3 high houses. It is only fitting that you aid us one final time, wouldn't you agree?
Bruh. Really? Is this what we're doing? I mean, I have helped you 2 times. I actually killed 2 heretics and saved a person. So that's 3 things, you know. And I want you to introduce me to the 3 high houses once. So actually, if you really think about it.
Now, I understand you are very eager to find your missing airship. Worry not, for this task should take a woman of your skills but a moment to complete. Kill Nidhogg! Not long ago, a porter bound for Skyfire Locks was ambushed on the road due west of here. Though he escaped with his life, he would very much like his wares as well. On the off chance any portion of his shipment remains, I would have you travel to the scene of the robbery and bring back what you find. Lest you intend to perform only a cursory search, bear in mind that recovering the stolen merchandise will endear you to House Hylenart. Hylenart, further improving the chances that they indulge your request for aid.
Excellent. Dr. Wario says, do you own the cruise chaser mount? No. The only mount, so let me just talk about that briefly. So my mount list, the mounts that I have bought are here. All of them. So we have our company Chocobo, we have the Antelope Stag, which Sip gave me on stream, the Draught Chocobo, which I got from a friend who joined the game, that I incidentally gave a speech or a pitch, you could say, of how awesome the game is, and managed to convince him to try it. And he stuck around long enough that I was awarded with the Draught Chocobo. The Rubelite Carbuncle I won in a friendly giveaway, you could say. We had like a little challenge in finding areas, like we would be given a picture and then we had to figure out where that was in the world. And I won. We weren't that many that participated, but I still won, and the prize was any mount in the store up to a certain price. And then later, the Lunar Whale was released, and I bought it when it was released, because an 8-man mount is really useful. The reason I have not bought other mounts is because you only need so many seats. Like before the Lunar Whale, I had the Final Fantasy 15 car with 4 seats, so I didn't need anything bigger. And because the Cruise Chaser doesn't really offer anything unique other than being the Cruise Chaser, it doesn't add anything that I don't already have in other mounts. And my main, I exclusively use the Rubelite Carbuncle, like exclusively. The only time I use other mounts is when I need the seat capacity, or for jokes. So I wouldn't need the Cruise Chaser. Pokejack says, it's funny how everything changes in Ishgard from Arenaborn to Heavensward, during Heavensward and until the end of Heavensward. Yeah, actually, now that if you think about it, looking back on how you deal with the beast tribes and stuff in A Realm Reborn, in the current state of the story, in fact, somewhere around Stormblood or so, you could actually argue that we're there almost. The beast tribes have gotten to a point where the actual game UI has had to be updated because the development team believed that calling them beast tribes was mean because they're friends now. So now they're just called tribal quests. I think that is really funny, like looking back. Dr. Wario says, during the last sale, was torn between buying the bike, Cruise Chaser and Lunar Whale. Bought the Whale. I believe the bike has a unique feature that it by default has increased mount speed in all zones that offer increased mount speed. So, and the Cruise Chaser does not have that feature. So, again, the bike would actually be more useful than the Lunar Whale. Just because of that. And yeah, the car is very nice. And Pokrik says, that mount goes forward and back and forward and back and then go forward and back. It's a really good song. But I stopped having mount music play sometime in Shadowbringers because it was driving me crazy. Because the music kept starting and stopping as you jump off the mount doing stuff. And also because it makes everywhere in the game sound the same. I just prefer like taking in the music of the area that I am in instead. It's a very weird feature, Dr. Wario, but keep in mind that the increased mount speed doesn't actually work if you're flying. It's only ground speed that is affected by increased mount speed mechanics like that. So, unless you like ride around on the ground a lot, you would not have felt very much of a difference. I think one of the most like particular places where people would find it helpful is places where you have to go to the zone and do stuff in the zone for a while to like build up some sort of currency to be able to buy increased mount speed. Specifically, Borja comes to mind because you have to buy mount speed there. If you just ride your bike, you have the mount speed like built in for some reason. It's really weird, but that's the reason why. I would say that the Lunar Whale is more useful in like 99% of the gameplay you're going to be playing ever. Like, it's no question. If you had to choose between the bike, Cruise Chase, and Lunar Whale, then Lunar Whale is the one that brings the most to the table.
Have you good tidings to share, or better yet, stolen merchandise to show?
1, 2, 3.
Gods bless you, friend. It's all here. Every last but wait, that chest over there looks like it might have been pillaged. Bloody hells, that's the personal property of Lord Francel too.
Oh. Its texture is a little outdated.
Are you certain? Clearly an attempt was made to open it, but the lock appears to have held. Nevertheless, if you wish to verify the contents against your shipping manifest, be my guest. Fury take me, a draconian rosary, in the possession of Lord Francel? Yes, perhaps this is not so difficult to fathom. House Hylanard is whispered to be infested with heretics. Thank you for bringing this matter to my attention, miss. I shall inform the Inquisitors immediately. Under these circumstances, I must strongly advise against associating with House Hylanard. Your other introductions will need to be postponed as well. It is the duty of every Ishgardien to root out and destroy heretics. All else must wait until this matter is resolved.
So, I help you, and my reward is 1, now you only need to introduce me to 2 houses, which means that this act of kindness that I did was no longer necessary because I had done 2 things for you, and now you only need to do 2 things for me. But now that also isn't gonna happen, is what I'm gathering. Cool, dude. I like it. Cool. Pokeshak says, we are pleb in any zone of a new expansion or in the island before level 10. I believe in new expansion zones, you either unlock the mount increase automatically through quests, or you don't, but you never need it because eventually you'll just fly. So it's not so bad.
Hey, come closer, lass, and listen well. This is for your ears only. Lord Francel is no heretic. He's a goodly, righteous man, wholly dedicated to the cause. I know this because I served House Hylanard for years prior to the calamity. You must go to Skyfire Locks and warn him of the coming storm. The Inquisitors are ruthless and will spare him no mercy. Speak to him of an Edelweiss, and he will know you for a friend. Now go.
That guy is a lot cooler. He actually tried to help someone without expecting anything. He's like, hey man. But actually, I think that's part of the reason why I don't really like using the mount roulette on my main, is because I have a lot of huge mounts, and it's very difficult to navigate on a huge mount, simply because you can't really see what you're walking on, especially if you're not flying. Hey, Francel?
Yes, you look as though you have something to say, do you? Is that an Edelweiss in your pocket, or are you happy to meet me?
I mean, that works.
I see. I see Sir Carilo has not forgotten my mother's favorite flower. A pity it has not been seen in Curthus since the calamity. You may speak freely here, friend. That's absurd. I would sooner die than become a thrall of the dragons. Alas, it matters little what I say at this point. Although the draconian rosary was not found in my possession, it will still be considered by many to be proof of my heresy. I must do my utmost to prove my innocence to the Inquisitors, for if they harbor even the slightest doubt, this will only add weight to the incessant accusations our house has suffered of late. It's as though the gods themselves are plotting our fall. You risk much by coming here. coming here. It is only proper that I recompense you for this deed. Tell me what you desire, and I shall do my best to provide it.
A missing airship? Yeah, do you have it in your back pocket? Do you maybe have it in your back pocket? That would be neat if you did.
I see. It may require prolonged effort to locate your quarry. I shall direct you to one in a better position to assist you.
Lord Haurchefant of House Fortance commands the garrison at Camp Dragonhead.
Present to him this letter of introduction, and he will surely be receptive to your needs.
Cool. The bigger the amount, the better. I mean, it depends on the situation. Part of the reason why I like really small mounts is because it matches better with my relatively small characters. Meanwhile, this just makes it really difficult to navigate at times. But they're hilarious in the right circumstances. I think that's really interesting. I couldn't even remember, but apparently Francel, who's a huge part of the Ishgardian restoration, you meet here. That's interesting. Do you have the Gold Saucer Cactus mount? I don't have it. How much is it costs again? I don't have it because I don't think I would use it much, so I felt it was better to have the MGP in case there's ever something that I do want. Hey, Haurchefant. Ah, the unmistakable swagger of a well-traveled adventurer. If you come to pay your respects, be at ease, my friend. I am not one to stand on formality. Truth be told, I would gladly welcome many and more brave souls like yourself, but enough chatter. Pray tell me why you have come. If there's any justice in this world, these charges will receive no serious consideration. Bad news for you, friend. It is beyond inconceivable. Ah, yes. The letter made mention of a pressing matter for which you are required assistance. What might that be? So this enterprise you speak of was last seen above Curthus, before the calamity 5 years ago. I fear it may prove difficult to find any eyewitnesses to these events, for while Ishgard did not participate in the Battle of Cartano, we were embroiled in our own internal conflicts at the time. Nevertheless, I will make inquiries on your behalf and share with you my findings in the future. In the meantime, please enjoy the hospitality of Camp Dragonhead. I will see that you are afforded every courtesy as a guest of House Fortance. Cool. Finally some respect around here. Pojek says, small anyway, all your mounts are small, except the Magic School Boss. Yeah, all mounts that don't have like multiple seats will be scaled to your character in some capacity, but I have multiple mounts with multiple seats and they all look ridiculously funny on both my main and small guy here. As you have doubtless realized by now, the High Houses of Ishgard, House Fortance included, are either unable or unwilling to offer you formal assistance in your search. However, that does not mean that there are not influential individuals within each house who are sympathetic to your cause. I shall be sending missives to their various representatives in Ishgard, though I suspect it would be quicker and more efficient if you were to make inquiries of your own. That's funny, isn't that? If there's something missing there. Lady Nin of mine own House Fortance, who resides here in Camp Dragonhead, rather enjoys the company of travelers. There's also Crevelin of House Halinard, who can be found at Skyfire Locks, though any information you pry from the scribe may prove difficult to pass. Have you spoken with the chief of astrologian of House Durandare yet? Really? Perhaps he will be more accommodating once I inform him that you are a friend of House Fortance. Do not concern yourself with House Jamail. I shall contact them myself. Seek the council of the 3 I mentioned, and return to me when finished.
Okay. How's the mail? Keep in mind that the reservation doesn't exist yet because Ishgard is fine, so Franzel just lives outside of Ishgard. True. True. What do you mean, restoration? Only like half of Ishgard is broken down by neglect. I don't know what you're talking about, what the problem is.
Why, hello, good ma'am. What's that? An airship, you say? I hate to disappoint you, but I know nothing of what you seek. Likely no one of House Fortams does, for if they did, I would definitely know as well. The topic on everyone's lips these days is what will become of young Lord Franzel. Some say the allegations are long overdue, given how many members of House Hollenard have been found guilty of heresy in recent days. Oh, if I can help you? No. Anyway.
At least they're like on a line, so we don't have to run that much. This kind of... Oh, it's that building, the bunker, right. For some reason I thought we had to go up to Franzel again. Hello? He's just hanging out up here in the corner. Alone grant me strength. There must be some way to... Oh, who are you? A friend of Lord Harchefant. I want to help you, I truly do, but these accusations of heresy have thrown House Hollenard into chaos. Right now, we must focus on combating these charges and preserving our reputation. Cool. I can't help you, I'm busy. I can't help you, I don't know. I can't help you, I'm busy. And, well, last time we went, he basically said, I can't help you, I don't know you yet. Pokejack says, I hate Curtis. Krenzel only for the TP zone. I hate Curtis Central only for the TP zone and the distance for reaching any zone. Yeah, this particular zone could like really do with an extra teleport over here. Or here. Like actually I think it would be a lot more helpful if they had a teleport in this town and this town. But instead we get Camp Dragonhead and only Camp Dragonhead. I wonder why. But I agree. It's really tedious to travel around, but I guess it's intentional. Now we climb the tower, and it's a lot easier on a small carbuncle mount than a magic school bus. Such a big tower. They're really getting the full mileage out of it by having us climb it like 3 or 4 times. I gather you've been busy since we last spoke. Lord Harchefant's missive was positively glowing, but if you think that his endorsement is cause for me to disregard Ishgardian policies, then you are sorely mistaken. Hey, Kravinia, how are you doing? We are at war, ma'am, and the enemy grows bolder by the day. Why, in the short time since Inquisitor Guillaume arrived in Kurthus, countless heretics have been discovered, even amongst the elite of Ishgardian society. If Lord Harchefant wishes to waste his days chasing after a long-lost airship, then that is his choice. But if he expects others to share in his folly, then he is truly blind to the present state of affairs. Yeah, so pretty much, I don't care about your situation, is what he said. Whee! It's only a flesh wound, guys. I'll be fine. I'll totally recover from that. It's alright. I just fell like 3 or 4 stories on a mount. And Pokejack says, in Western Kurthus, I don't have a problem because there's only one city in the whole area.
Well, actually, if you ever wanted to craft some very specific things, you would find that Western Kurthas could really well do with an extra aetherite anywhere in the northern section of the zone. But that's just my opinion. If you want to mine the, I believe it's like mithrite or something like that, which you need for a lot of things relevant to the Free Company workshop, then you can only mine it there. Which is extremely annoying. It's not even the only material you would go up there for, and the reason it's tedious is because it takes like 2 or 3 minutes of flying just to get there from the aetherite. I'm back, Harshafant. I have no good news. By your countenance, I take it you did not learn anything of use. Nor did I fear. It seems the whole of Kurthas is consumed with this talk of heretics in the high houses. We'd only hope that my sources in Ishgard proper provide more pertinent information. Cool. Ooh, and a weapon upgrade, guys. A weapon upgrade. We're gonna get like, maybe like 4 item levels on our weapon now. It's going to be closer to half the item level of our armor. I had another personal request to make of you. It concerns Lord Franzel, of whom much has been whispered in the recent days. I've received a report that he and 3 knights were seen heading toward... I have received a report that he and 3 knights were seen heading north towards the Steel Vigil. The outpost was long ago overrun by the Dravanian horde, so I'm not certain what he intends to accomplish with such a small force. Whatever his motives, I fear for his safety. Pray journey to the Steel Vigil and see if Lord Franzel's party requires assistance. You know, it just occurred to me that the whole pray return to the Waking Sands and all that is a little overblown, isn't it? You only get asked to return to the Waking Sands like 6 times. And then the whole thing explodes. I guess we'll get back to it again later. But nonetheless, I still think that it's a little funny that it leaves such a deep scar in the story, considering that it is only like 5 or 6 times. I'm guessing most of it is because it's so jarring that you keep getting told to come back to talk when you literally have a link shell for the express purpose of talking. Like, what happened? Why are we not using the phone? And Pokshak says, your Dragoon instincts start to take over to throw you anywhere. I have to do backflips off the ledges when I'm going down that Astrologian tower. That's an unfortunate name. Just straight up just unfit, unsettled, and unnerved knight. Where's the one that I need to talk with, though? Oh, there. There's Franzel. Why are you here, Franzel?
Who goes there? Caetsu? No, stay back. The fiend is still here.
Yeah, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. Finish him. Oh. 8 Franzel's knights. Hey, let me take the unfit out of your name. That would be better for your self-confidence.
Confound it all! How are we to redeem House Harlanart if we cannot even slay a single Avis? We are fortunate you came along when you did, miss. House Harlanart will remember your kindness.
Thank you. I'm sorry that you're unfit. I heard the beast's cries from over yonder. Then Lord Franzel is safe. Bless you, miss. Bless you. Just get settled down, friend. That'll help you. And you should not be so unnerved.
Curse those fiends. It's as though they knew we were coming.
Maybe they did. Which mount was it, Pokshak? This one? Franzel has the longest cast time on getting aid. He really needed it.
It was a foolish thing to do, I know, but I had hoped we might demonstrate our devotion by slaying a number of the Scalekin. Moreover, it was House Hollenard that yielded the Steel Vigil to the Horde many years ago. One might say that our defeat here heralded the slow decline of our house's once great name. We've been brought even lower by these despicable accusations of heresy, and despite my best efforts, I've done naught to improve the situation. The day of my trial approaches. Soon I must accept the judgment of the Inquisitors, whatever it may be, but even should my protestations fall on deaf ears, I will proclaim my innocence to my dying breath.
So we're not doing the Steel Vigil now. Is that not a thing? Is that optional? I thought that was actually like... Isn't that a required dungeon? Maybe it's not. I thought it was. I'm pretty sure it's required. It would make sense that it is required given the circumstances. Maybe that's what we're doing next. Oh, you like the carbuncle, but you referred to the mount for 2 that was like a motorcycle that was next to Francel a while ago. Oh, I didn't even notice. I was very focused on the story stuff. Algifand, I'm back. I've saved the day.
What did you find at the Steel Vigil? I see. A reckless plan, but at least it did not cost him and his knights their lives. I have news for you as well. A witness to the final flight of the Enterprise has been found, alas, this is a complication. It has become common knowledge that you paid a visit to Lord Francel at Skyfire Locks not long ago. Upon learning of this, the witness became understandably reticent to make your acquaintance for fear of being seen in the company of a woman who might later be declared a heretic. A not unreasonable fear, given the zeal with which Inquisitor Guillaim has conducted his investigations. In any case, if we wish to obtain his testimony, we must first clear Lord Francel's name and, by association, yours.
Do we get a weapon upgrade, maybe? Weapon upgrade, maybe? Wait, what? Oh. Ow. It's not an upgrade. It's not really an upgrade. Because our current one is from like a dungeon. Our last upgrade was in Braveflox's long stop. That's not that long ago, but it feels ages ago. In this area there are 3 dungeons and only the north one is mandatory. The 2 below are optional, which are Aurum Vale to the west and Jemail Darkhold to the east. I didn't actually know the Jemail Darkhold was here, but I did know that Aurum Vale strangely is in Kurthus. And yeah, exactly, Steel Vigil is north. I did think it was mandatory, but I just got a little confused because we didn't go and do it yet. But that makes sense. Thank you for the summary, Pokeshack.
Ah, I see it. As I see it, the key to proving Lord Francel's innocence is discrediting the evidence against him. I speak of the Draconian Rosary found in the chest you yourself recovered. If you would, please tell me of the incident in question. So it was found in a locked chest, labeled as the property of Lord Francel. If the Rosary was not his, then someone else with access must have planted it. Here's what you must do. Return to Skyfire Locks and speak with Rickman. He works closely with the porters who ferry goods across Kurthus, so he may have some inkling of who could be responsible.
Hey, Ghost Howler! Well, better late than never. We've been talking a lot with Haurchefant and been running circles with all these Ish Guardians that are not particularly helpful. Not Haurchefant, of course. He's always helpful. And also Lord Francel. He's very nice. He's trying his best. How are you doing, Ghost Howler? It's been a bit.
See, right, the Skyfire Locks, right?
So we continue. Looking for more Ishgardians that want to help us. But there's another bunker, right? It's funny, I don't really think about those bunkers when every time I've passed through here. Hey, Rickman? Someone tampering with shipments? Fury strike me down. If all them rosaries found in our people's possessions were planted... Hey now, don't you give me that look, lass. I'm a House-Hollinard man, through and through. This heresy nonsense is bad for me and my family too. I ain't saying the porters what were bringing the shipment did it though. I know most of them what work in the trade routes, and I've never had cause to question their faith. But if it wasn't them neither, then your guess is as good as mine. After all, most shipment is thoroughly inspected before it. Could it have been the fellas that were responsible for the inspections? Ishgardian knights and inquisitors, the lot of them, as if they'd ever turn their cloaks. Reckon that means the porters are your most likely suspects? Well, actually, I hate to think it, but maybe you should question them. There's a crew coming to Camp Dragonhead from White Brim Front today. You might consider having a word with them. I mean, I would say that the most suspicious people around here would be exactly the Ishgardian Knights and the Inquisitors, wouldn't you guys think? And Ghost Hollow says, I've been on that daily grind. Tribal quests, Island Sanctuary, roulettes. Well, as long as you had fun with it, Island Sanctuary is like, I've seen a lot of people that are finally getting their Island Sanctuary to rank 10 like this week, and just remember, there's no rush as long as you had fun with it, because I can say, speaking from experience, that the instant that you reach rank 10, you almost immediately run out of things to do, like that. You'll not run out of things to do. So if you didn't like take your time and enjoy it, you were missing out. So you taking quote unquote this long is a good thing. But congratulations in 4 hours. And Pokeshack says, in my case, yesterday I finished my Heavensward Machinist relic. The soldier next door won't stop talking to her, and she ignores him for talking to you. That's it. Soldier next to her. Oh. Apathetic porter. Beg your pardon? You suspect that we porters have been planting draconian rosaries in House Hollinard's shipments? What nerve! If you truly believe such nonsense, search your parcels and see what you find. Sure, man. And there's one in that one. And there's one in that one. And there's not one in that one. Weird. Weird. Are we finished? If so, I would appreciate an apology. How about these? But that's impossible! Once the night at White Brim Front concluded the inspection, I loaded the parcels into the wagon myself. And if I had been the culprit, I would have never allowed you to search my shipments. That's actually a good point. He would have known. He's not that stupid. Say what you will to Lord Horgevant, I will not be held accountable for this. No, actually, the knight is going to be held accountable, surely. Except that an inquisitor will just go, no, he's innocent and I'm not corrupt at all. Ghosthala says, I 100% was just cruising along, felt no rush to max my island. That's good, and if you don't rush it, there's a much better opportunity for you to like generate the seafarer's carries you're gonna need to like get your buildings upgraded and built as you go along, instead of just like standing there like, I need to generate this much because I need it to like upgrade my stuff right now. Which is like sort of what I did, and I was actually like a day behind on some things. But because I was like running right up behind my progress limit, I did run into like progression problems because of it. So I think you taking your time is generally a good thing for like your sanity and your enjoyment.
Did something happen outside? I thought I heard shouting. But more importantly, what did Rickman have to say? More draconian rosaries in every single parcel bound for Skyfire locks? That beggars belief. Even the Inquisitors must acknowledge that this is no more than a crass attempt to sully House Hollenard's reputation. Whoever is responsible has overplayed his hand. And praise alone that he did. Lord Francel's trial is upon us, and we must act now if we are to clear his name. How do we do that? Do I like go to the vigil? Is that what we're doing? I'm guessing that's what we're doing because I'm not very helpful in court. You can like put me down on the table in court, like here's my evidence. You see, my argument is invalid. Your argument is invalid because I have a small Kai in a pink raincoat. So. Cravinia says, I'm gonna have to leave for now, but these streams are really fun. Hope I can catch as many of these as I can before Heaven's Ward, because I don't want to spoil myself. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for coming by, Cravinia. Have a good evening. And make sure to do some main quests so I don't catch up to you. Ghostfather says, yeah, the last expansion I lacked a few of the currency. Yeah. But the last few steps are also, like, really steep. It's like, you need, I think, like 11,000 curries to buy and upgrade everything. And I believe, like, something in the ballpark of the last 6,000 is, like, within one rank. One or two ranks. Anyway, have a good time, Caravinia. From the very first, I knew it could not be that so many members of House Hollenard were heretics. At last, we can give the lie to these poisonous allegations and put an end to this travesty. I will need to prepare a formal statement regarding these developments for the Holy See. In the meantime, I would have you bear my words to Inquisitor Brigitte. Tell her that the House Fortons asks, nay, demands that Lord Francel's trial be postponed until a full investigation has been conducted. Bridgie! Bridgie! Bridgie, 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 Bridgie. Hey, Bridgie! Hello? What is it, my child? Lord Haurchefant would have the Inquisitors do what? But that is not possible. Inquisitor Guillaume presides over Lord Francel's trial at Witchdrop even as we speak. Fear not, if Lord Francel is indeed innocent, he shall walk in Halone's halls with the fallen heroes of... Okay, that's the classic. Oh, but you see, it's okay that we execute him for heresy, because if he was right all along, he'll go to heaven, right? Haurchefant surrounded by warriors of light, yeah. Hello. They have taken Lord Francel to Witchdrop. This is madness. The Inquisitor does not have sufficient grounds to subject him to that manner of trial. I will not stand idly by and allow an innocent man to die. Caetsu, I would dispatch you and one of my knights to Witchdrop to forestall the proceedings until such time as I am able to join you and position Inquisitor Guillaume in person. I will endeavor not to keep you waiting too long. Do whatever you must to keep Lord Francel alive. So we just like run in, guns blazing. The paradox of the witch hunt, exactly. Oh, but you see, if the witch gets dropped into the water with an anvil tied to her leg, and she survives somehow, then she's a witch. In which case our methods doesn't work, but we've proven that she's a witch, and so we should get her killed, apparently. If she dies, well, then she will surely go to heaven, probably. It's a scary prospect, because using that as an excuse means that you can get away with it, that you would be able to get away with a lot of things that you wouldn't want to be able to get away with in, like, actual society. But let's not get political. Hello, Holy Nay. Hail, Gatsu! As you can see, Lord Franzel yet lives. We must try to reason with the Inquisitor, but if his guards judge us a threat, we must also be prepared to defend ourselves. Why are they having a trial in the middle of nowhere like this? Joachim Charlemagne Franzel de Herlenat, you stand accused of heresy against the Holy See of Ishgard. Is there aught you wish to say in your defense? Hear me, brothers. These charges are false. The men and women of my line have ever opposed the Dravanians, and I am no different. Since the very birth of our nation, we have gladly shed blood in service of the Holy See. Condemn me, and you will strike a blow for the enemies of Ishgard. It is for Halone to judge if you speak the truth. Yeah, but that's really difficult because you can only talk with Halone, allegedly, when you're dead. Prove your innocence in the eyes of gods and men. Leap from the cliff and entrust your fate to the Fury, because our god, Halone, who's known to be angry and raging, is known to save people from cliff drops. Right? The righteous shall take their place in Halone's halls, whilst the wicked shall reveal their draken forms and be put to the sword. Ah yes, if you're righteous, you die. If you're evil, you survive, but then get killed. Cool. In the name of House Tums, I beseech you, stay your hand. You should have been wearing plate, friend. Inquisitor, we have come on behalf of Lord Harshaphant. My lord has uncovered evidence which suggests that the charges against Lord Franzel are without merit. We humbly request that these proceedings be suspended until such time as a full re-examination of the facts has been conducted. Lord Harshaphant has allowed his personal relationship with the accused to cloud his judgment. That he should harbor private doubts I might have allowed, but that he would dare interfere in legal proceedings sanctioned by the Holy See, I cannot. To defy the will of an Inquisitor is to commit heresy, a crime for which there is but one punishment. Cool! We do as we want, and if you'd question it, you are also to blame and should also be put to death. Awesome. Awesome law. Pokeshake says, the thing is that a 100% effective method, so logically there is no reason to change it. It is true, it always works. You always get the bad guys this way. 100% of the time you get the bad guys. Incidentally, you also get a lot of good guys dead for nothing. We must hold them until Lord Harshaphant arrives, Caetsu, and remember, no harm can come to the Inquisitor. Ironic, do we not get blamed if we kill his entourage? Is that legal? Is this fine? Are you sure? Well, in that case, I'm killing the White Mage first. And then the Archer. Why would I attack? Why would I even bother to attack your tank? And now you're next. You chose the wrong tiny person to mess with. Wait, he used flash. Awesome, that's a callback. Weird. Why is there a dragon amongst them? Ah yes. Just blame Harshaphant for the dragon. Even though the dragon is literally attacking him too. Let's just act like we can't see that, right? Mr. Inquisitor? Yeah?
Wait. Oh, look! Weird! A draconian rosary, you say? Oops! Oopsie doopsie! Why do you have such a thing? Bogchek says, if you use the witch hunt method, you don't lose DPS. The math say is the optimal opener. Yes, deaths per sanction. It is not our intention to defy the will of the Archbishop, but this trial, like many others, I fear, has been orchestrated by enemies of House Holinard. They have used you and your fellows to sow discord, Inquisitor, to set brother against brother, that we may tear ourselves apart. The fevered imaginings of a desperate man. What proof have you of this? Well, the fact that your guy had a draconian rosary. By the fury, a draconian rosary. Then the knight who refused to yield, it was he who summoned the women. A heretic in the ranks of the Temple Knights. This has grave implications. Your claims would appear to have merit, Lord Honchefant. Okay, now you're listening because your guy was bad too. Awkward. Like, if you ignored this, then you would also be to blame. Isn't that how it works? That weird chain of events where, because I spoke with Lord Francel just once in my life, I'm a heretic? Because Francel would be a heretic? You talked with that knight, you know, so you're technically not an Inquisitor, you're a heretic. You know that, right? I shall withdraw my charges against Lord Francel, pending further investigation. I trust you have not lost sight of that which first brought you to Kurthas, Caetsu. Pray locate your errant airship and use it. Basically, he said, get lost.
Lord Harshifant, I have not the words to express my gratitude, but why would you risk your reputation to save mine?
Because I know you, boy. You're too loyal to betray Ishgard and too devout to question your sentence. Had we been any slower, you'd have jumped off your own free will.
I would have done whatever it took to redeem House Holinard.
Praise alone it did not come to that, but it profits us little to dwell on what might have been. Let us quit this place, Caetsu. Pray visit me at Camp Dragonhead once you have recuperated. Impale that Inquisitor with your lance. Wish I could. I don't like that guy. I think it's really, really annoying that you just, like these kinds of characters, you just have to eat it and just let them do that. Like, it's so obvious. But the thing is that you can't go as far, like, we won't know how exactly the story could have played out if, hypothetically, the Warrior of Light killed that Inquisitor. Maybe the Warrior of Light would get blamed, even if we could reasonably argue that he fell off the cliff by accident. Totally by accident. And if we get blamed, then Heavensward might have a lot of trouble happening, just in general, right? Poke with your toothpick. Whoops.
You look well, Caetsu. May I say what a pleasure it was to fight alongside such a fearless and skillful warrior.
Thank you.
Were it not for you, Lord Francel would surely have died defending the honor of his house, and I might well have perished at the hands of a heretic and his women. Horsford's Hans and House Holinard should never forget your service. Now, let us return to the matter of your missing enterprise.
Accident. That knife in his chest just fell out of my hand, I swear. It fell sideways into his heart. Up under his ribs. Just a moment. Oops. Drops a knife sideways. That's use the force to throw him off the cliff. Yeah, oops. I could have tossed a lot of things. Have you seen my inventory? I could have totally tossed something I wouldn't have missed. The man with the knowledge of the Enterprise awaits you outside. I pray his information proves useful to you. I pray as well, just not to alone. That hat, man. How quickly the commoners' opinions change. They say Lord Francel is innocent now, but just a few days prior. Yeah, it's almost like they're very easily influenced, right? Anyway, you were inquiring as to the whereabouts of an airship last seen in Kurthas several days before the calamity, yes? Well, it so happens that I was monitoring the night sky at the observatorium during that period. I recall that a small vessel came from the direction of Britannia and landed near the Stone Vigil in the far northwest. The garrison almost certainly seized the vessel and brought it within their walls. If so, then you would need an army of knights to have any hope of securing it. Though Lord Harshafand is, from all indications, quite fond of you, so mayhap he can lend you a few. In any case, I have done my part. I shall pray for your success, friend. Harshafand, I need soldiers. Oh, so you've at last located the Enterprise. I believe congratulations are in order. The Stone Vigil. Perhaps I spoke too soon. The outpost has been held by the dragons for years, and all access is restricted by decree of House Durandare. I will write a letter to Lord Drillamong of White Brim Front and request that he grant you permission to enter. That said, I fear my influence alone will not suffice, so I suggest that you request Lord Francel do the same. Now that your business in Camp Dragonhead is concluded, I suspect we may not meet again for some time. I wish you well in your journeys, Caetsu. May Halone guide you. Please don't. Please don't. I don't need him. I don't need his help. I don't need any Halone to help to guide me. Maybe if I was a paladin, but I'm not. So, Ghost Howler, why is it that you're gonna finish up your island you're gonna reach max rank in 4 hours and not like why specifically in 4 hours? Is it a building that you're finishing then? Or is it something else? It was this house, right? This tiny house on a cliff. Wonderful to see you again, Caetsu. If there's anything I can do to repay you, name it. Well, there is one thing. So the airship you seek is likely inside the Stone Vigil. It shames me to say that it too was once an outpost held by House Harlenard. In the chaos that followed the calamity, the Dravanian horde caught us unawares. The fiends have held the outpost ever since. As we lack the strength of arms to retake the Stone Vigil, House Durandare instead has been charged with the duty. Given that, I doubt that my words will carry much weight with Lord Drillamon. Nevertheless, I will write you your letter. Before you depart, a word of caution. The cravens who attempted to destroy House Harlenard have yet to be unmasked. Though their plans were foiled, they doubtless still harbor great hatred towards us, and towards you now as well. Cool. Oh, that's when you collect from your workshop, which will get you the last XP you need. Oh, alright. The only one who guides me is the god of backflips, Estinian. I actually am kind of annoyed by the fact that the one thing you see Estinian do in cutscenes, like really uniquely Estinian, is him doing this move where he will like jump into the air and then jump from like figurative platforms that he like produces in the air. And I don't believe the player has any attack that does that as a Dragoon. Like, why is it we don't get that, of all things? Oh, okay, Ghost Howler, but if you wanted to reach rank 10, like, there are some strategies that can get you, like, 100 XP in 30 seconds, so like 200 XP per minute. Like if you can't wait. But if you know for certain that your workshop is going to get you the experience and you don't need to be rank 10 in the next 4 hours, then there's no reason to rush. The left eye gave him that gimmick. Oh, right. But still, if they intend to make some major changes to Dragoon in 7.0, as they've stated, I would like to see that happen. Like, I would like to see like one of those like Estinian jumps. That would be cool. I would very much like such an attack in our arsenal. The final flight of the Enterprise. Brunadier. You desire an audience with Lord Drillamon, do you? I desire a night in a warm bed with my wife, but wishing won't make it so. Yeah, but I have letters, and do you have a letter from your wife, though? Didn't think so. What do we have here? Letters from Lord Horschiffon and Francel, is it? Oh, you're serious. What to do, what to do. Yeah, that's what I thought. Your timing could not have been worse, Traveller. Lord Drillamon's attention are focused solely on the Stone Vigil at present. That would rather mean that it could not have been better, if you know why I'm here. In any case, it is not my responsibility to escort visitors. Take your letters and show them to Sir Albois. Yes, Sir Albois. I think that's Albois? Alboise? Albois. Can surely accommodate you. Seek her in the storeroom on the opposite side of the yard. On to the yard. How do you say O-I-S-E in French? Oise? I know that O-I-X is wa, so it would maybe be weird if what's it, O-I-S-E is also wa. So I'm guessing that that's incorrect. But I do not speak French, so I'm not sure. Pokeshek says, he is the main character of a platform game. He has double jump. Fair enough. Fair enough. Wow, she looks very angry. Sir Brunadier bade you speak with me, did he? I know not why he presumed I would be in a better position to help, but I assure you that he is mistaken. Lord Drillamon hasn't the time to spend speaking with low-ranking knights such as I. However, he always has a moment to spare for head chirurgeon Astidian. Not Estinian, but Astidian. Why not visit the infirmary upstairs and show your letters to him? Okay, sounds like you're a little bit jealous. But sure. I'll ask him instead. If it's gonna be like that. Wait. How much upstairs did you mean, exactly? This much, okay. Hey, Astidian. And there's Sid, just hanging out. He's just here. Are you here to visit a patient, ma'am? What's this? Letters of introduction from House Voltoms and Harlaneld. With documents such as these, you needn't seek an escort. Pray proceed to the barracks and speak with Sir Gurdenor. He should know Lord Drillamon's current whereabouts. Is it? If the Enterprise is indeed inside the Stone Vigil, then we must convince Lord Drillamon to cooperate. Is that the reason why you're here? To tell me that? That I kind of figured. That's why we're here. Into the big building. The big building. Striking dummies. We could practice rotation here. If only these striking dummies weren't like ways away from an aetheryte, then they might be helpful for someone. What reason have you for barging into... Oh, I see. Well, you're in luck. Lord Drillamon is just up these stairs. Let us know, though. I would not expect much. House Durandare as a whole does not hold adventurers in high regard.
You had best state your intentions quickly and succinctly. Show proper respect, and it shall be returned in kind. Okay. Hello, Drillamon. Sir Gordonor permitted your passage. Very well, speak. You wish to brave a ruined outpost filled with scalekin to secure an airship that may or may not be there. Are you the avatar of the Fury herself? I could be. I could be. If you don't stop talking in circles with me, I will become the Fury herself. We are the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, Lord Drillamon. You know our name, and you know our deeds. We are come to Kurthas to slay Garuda, Lady of the Vortex. To that end, we seek the Enterprise, the airship of Master Sid Nan Garland, who stands before you now. Master Garland, you're alive, but that's impossible. Yes, it is. Indeed it is, my lord. How would that be? Do not be deceived by their honeyed words. These foreigners are not to be trusted. At this critical moment in Ishgardian history, as Durandare marshals its forces to retake the Stone Vigil, who should appear in White-Brim front but 3 mysterious strangers? Sid Garland, missing and presumed dead since before the calamity, and 2 Scions of the Seventh Dawn, a defunct band of misfits recently exterminated by the Empire. The lesser houses may have been duped by these grandiose lies, but I should hope that House Durandare would have greater sense. I know not why these 3 seek the Stone Vigil, but I know that we cannot permit them to pass. Thank you for your counsel, Inquisitor. For a moment I nearly believed this mummer's farce. You 3 will not enter the outpost until we have reclaimed it, and until you declare your true intentions as well. This guy. It could be moons before House Durandare purchased the dragons from the Stone Vigil. We cannot afford to wait that long. Sid, Caetsu, we must do whatever it takes to earn Lord Drillamon's trust, understood? He said, loudly in front of Lord Drillamon. Yeah, and you almost get in, and then the idiot of the Inquisition arrives. You never expect the idiot Inquisition, do you? And he's just salty that we proved that he was mean. It's a big old goof. How's the fort? You're the last responsible for that commotion upstairs? Word travels fast in White-Brim front. I gather you still wish to change Lord Drillamon's mind. Elfinal said that so loudly, so incredibly loudly, that the kitchen people downstairs were like, so they want to make Lord Drillamon want to help them, yeah? Well, I have a few favors to ask. If there's one thing I've learned about the man in my time here, it's that he listens to and respects the opinions of those under his command. Win over the barracks, and he's sure to take notice. How, you ask? That's easy. Serve the poor souls decent fare for a change. The last few supply shipments contained no meat whatsoever, and the knights are rightfully beginning to complain. I'm thinking we could spare them steaks using mud puppy tail meat. It wouldn't be a quality meal, 'tis true, but it'd be a damn sight better than nothing. If you've a mind to lend a hand, why not await a lurking mud puppy in Denifin Pass, and take this bottle of vinegar. Locals say it weakens mud puppies by clogging their mucus glands, drying their skin. Why would I need that? It's just a mud puppy. It's just a mud puppy. How big is it? How big is that mud puppy? How big are Kurthian mud puppies? Very large, I take it. Very large. Big, as they say. With like 3 or 4 E's.
It lives in actually the hole in this cave, it dug out by the mud puppy itself. You don't want to know how big it is. It's massive. It's a giant mud puppy. It just munches you down for a snack, even as a Rigadin. And you might be thinking, that's only a pretty big mud puppy, but it's not that big, is it? This is one of its babies. It's practically a newborn babe. And Pogshake says, in that fortress, I fought with my evil alter ego Frey. Oh yeah. That's true. I remember that quest. It's really good. Ghostala says, playing New World at the moment, which is something I never thought I'd do again. Oh, I heard from a friend in my free company that a new patch came out, and they or was coming out, if not it already came out, and they asked us if I was gonna play it. I never played New World. It's not really up my alley. Is it good, Ghost Howler? Did the game improve significantly based on this patch? Because I heard it had a lot of problems. Pogshake says, this mud puppy is the mid-boss of Bravelock's Longstop. No, that's a different mud puppy. This one's bigger. The one in Bravelock's Longstop is like a completely different strain of the mud puppy race that is far smaller. The one we just fought, they become building tall, you see. The one we just fought, as I told you, it was a baby. Totally, take my word for it. I'm practically a biologist. I'm not. It didn't work, did it? I thought I was an idiotic. It was an idiotic idea. I don't know what I mean. It did debuff the mud puppy. Oh dear. Remind me to never wander near mud puppy spawning grounds without a bottle of vinegar. Any road. This should only take a moment. I'll just need to do this, and voila. Never seen a man cook steaks that fast, have you? Take these 3 and distribute them to the hungry knights here and up above. But that's good, Ghost Howler. The important part is that you're having fun with the game. Not, like, it doesn't matter whether you're having issues with the game. Like, if it's buggy, doesn't even matter if it's fun. So, that's my main concern, is the game fun? I believe a lot of people complained that it was incredibly repetitive. You there, lass. Don't think I didn't see you and the cook conspiring together. Let me make myself perfectly clear. If you wish to buy my trust with a steak, it would be my pleasure to oblige you. I like your honesty. Yes, yes. I feel invigorated, refreshed, as if I have the strength of 10 men, and their wits besides. I should have no trouble concocting a new reason to refrain from sentry duty. There used to be spawning issues like enemies you need to kill to progress the story. Lots of desync and the like. Yeah, I remember I saw Josh, I think it was Josh Strive Hayes, that made a video where he was showcasing that you could get an infinitely long dodge roll by removing focus from the game or something like that. That one was particularly gruesome. Pogshake says, believe me, I know what I'm talking about. I know about biology. Then that giant arrow appears over the head, pointing at him and says, he's not. He just has a small brain. Does not, in fact, know biology. And Ghost Hunter says, when I first played, it was amazing. The PvP was awesome, the PvP is awesome, but it did get repetitive. There are dungeons, but you only have the one dungeon for the longest time. That's what made you quit. You got bored fast. Yeah, okay. It also takes a lot of time to make a lot of content, and that makes sense. We ought at least receive a hearty meal before we march off to die in this godforsaken waste. How about a steak? Is that a fresh cooked steak? Alone's blessing be upon you, my friend. Mud puppy meat or no, it's the most delicious food I've had in a fortnight. Awesome. Ignimortal. Ever must we train to maintain our skill at arms, yet never are we to receive proper sustenance? Actually, you are a godsend, my friend. Too few appreciate that House Durandar must do more than his fair share for the sake of Ishgard. Do we then go back to House de Fort? Yep, downstairs, back to the chef. Hey chef, thanks for the idea. It feels wonderful to see everyone in such high spirits. Amazing what good food can do for morale, hey? But I've forgotten about the hard-working chirurgeons at the infirmary, so rarely do they take their meals here in the hall. Mind taking this steak to Zenoda? She's doubtless so preoccupied with the health of her patients that she's neglected to attend to her own. Of course. The steak gives soldiers powers. It gives them the strength of a baby mud puppy. I have the power from an entire baby mud puppy. So specific. Hey, Zenoda? Beg your pardon, ma'am, but I'm busy attending to this man. I will be with you in a moment. You will be with this steak immediately. Is that? Come to think of it, it has been quite a while since I last ate. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to have a nibble. Oh my, this is fantastic. Thank you so much. I'll eat the rest right away. And we get the choice between bread or stew. Hey, Sid. Might I have a word with you, Caetsu? It concerns the chirurgeons. After speaking with them earlier, I learned that they lack sufficient alembics for their needs, you see. So I used some of their broken equipment to craft a more advanced alembic, both as a gesture of goodwill and as a means to help me recover my memories, since working with my hands kindles familiar feelings. All I require to complete the device are the cores of 3 ice sprites. Though commonly used to reduce the temperatures of alchemical mixtures, there's a way to alter their properties so that they draw the cold within rather than radiate it without. It must sound ridiculous to you, impossible even, yet somehow I know it will work. That must be weird. You're just like completely convinced that you know something, but you don't know why you know it. You just know it. In other news, the quest says that we go here. But there's ice sprites, perfectly capable ice sprites, right here. Hey, Rallo! Yo, Yankee with no brim! How are you doing, Rallo? It sounds like you're in high spirits. Now I have the power of a baby mud puppy. Everyone else. Stop. He's going crazy again. Oh no. Oh no. You're assuming the massacre happened? You mean in the Waking Sands? That happened just before, like just at the end of the last stream, if that's what you were referring to. Or did you mean a different kind of massacre? Have you obtained the cores? If so, please show them to me. Look! And then I threw them on the ground. Just a moment.
What an amazing device, but is it truly an alembic, sir? I've never seen its like before.
I too am unsure what to make of this machine. While certainly impressive, I have no idea how to make use of it.
Nevertheless, if it is as effective as he claims, it will be a great boon to the infirmary. Think of the medicines we could create, the lives we could save.
Even so, I wonder. Ware thee the kindly stranger, bearer of gifts wondrous and strange, for his generosity comes at a cost. What cost? This man again! Their earnest efforts are but a means to an as yet unknown end. Moreover, you should be wary of associating with individuals who have interfered with the questioning of a suspect. Yeah, it's a suspected heretic, and you found out that you were wrong, you idiot.
They did what? Bless you, Inquisitor, for coming along when you did. We almost succumbed to the temptation proffered by these unbelievers.
Why does that man detest us so? Is it all because we interrupted Lord Francel's trial? Whatever his reasons, he clearly means to oppose us at every turn. Yeah, that's true. It's weird how we get so much like Heavensward like story stuff in the middle of Realm Reborn, but that's actually a thing that I've heard a lot of people praise about Realm Reborn. It sets up a lot of stories to like build upon. One of which is the whole Heavensward storyline that kind of like ends abruptly when we're done and we get our airship back.
Before we can persuade Lord Drillamon to help us, it seems we must convince Inquisitor Guillaume that we are not his enemy. But just how might we go about doing that? We know little and less about the good Inquisitor, despite him being such a prominent figure in Curthus. Perhaps we should learn more about more by speaking with the people of White Brim. Front. Share your findings with Alvino in the square. I'm sure he can formulate a strategy from there.
I mean, if Guillaume has already been around and told everyone that we're heretics, potentially, then it doesn't help much.
Inquisitor Guillaume. Yes, of course, I know of him, as I've not seen him since the day he came to Whitebrim Front, several moons ago. My memory is somewhat muddled, but I recall that a blizzard nearly buried us in snow that day, and had the ill fortune of being assigned to the Night's Watch. While the stronghold slept, we walked the walls and patrolled the exterior in darkness black as pitch. My route took me outside the eastern gate at one point, where I caught sight of a silhouette illuminated by the light of the city. Thinking it was a wayward traveler, I cried out and gave chase, but slipped and took a terrible fall. When I woke, it was days later in this very bed, where I have lain recuperating from my injuries ever since. I had tried to rescue him, but in the end Inquisitor Guillaume rescued me, carrying my unconscious body to the gates. I owe him my life, ma'am, and I hope to one day repay his kindness.
Okay, so he is kind of cool to some people, just not us.
Is it someone here? It says there is someone to talk with right here.
Not there? Nope. Downstairs, probably. Hello again.
Inquisitor Guillaume, I haven't the foggiest of whom you speak. Unbeliever. We have learned of your deeds at Witchdrop. I will not be party to whatever dastardly schemes you've hatched against the Inquisitor. Away with you.
Cool. Imagine thinking for yourself, man. But okay. Hey, Patrick.
Under Inquisitor Guillaume's watchful gaze, unprecedented numbers of heretics have been unmasked and brought to justice. They say he goes days without sleep, so great is his devotion. Blessed are we to have such a goodly, righteous man to protect us.
I don't know, man.
The Holy See has decreed that the Inquisitors are the arbiters of Hallone's will. They are to be afforded every courtesy and the utmost respect.
Okay. Just unprecedented respect with no question. That doesn't sound like it could go out of hand if people were to be corrupt. Not at all.
In case you have not yet, if you have yet to notice, my attire is ill-suited to this climate.
You don't say.
I realized it soon after our arrival, but paid it no mind as I'd hoped we might find the Enterprise far faster. Instead, we've wasted far too much time meddling in local affairs. Never mind, our journey is almost at an end. All that remains is to deal with this irksome Inquisitor. Sid tells me you have been busy making inquiries, yes? It should come as no surprise that he is held in high regard. Even so, I'm beginning to suspect he has other reasons for hindering us now. Let us more closely review the testimonials you obtained, Caetsu. Mayhap they will provide insight into Inquisitor Guillem's motivations.
Maybe he's the one distributing the draconian rosaries. Oh yeah, by the way, we're level 52 now. We're only 12 levels ahead.
Something troubles me about that wounded knight's account. He claims he felt chasing a figure in the darkness that he saw outside the eastern gate. Yes, but the main road leads to the southwestern gate. Since we've arrived in Whitebrim Front, I've seen no travelers arrive by the eastern gate. Moreover, he said he glimpsed a silhouette illuminated by the light of the city, which would imply that the Inquisitor came from the north of the eastern gate, not south. But it cannot be so. That way lies naught but a deep chasm. Assuming Sir Jolord is not misremembering, the Inquisitor's behavior that night makes absolutely no sense, at least to me. Mayhap retracing his steps will shed light on this mystery.
Heavens, what is scary. Yes, it is actually very scary in a lot of ways. Like, the Heavensward story involves a lot of corrupt people in power that simply use their positions of power to completely deny you any opportunity to do anything. Which is a very scary kind of story. You can be completely in the right and know exactly what's happening. Yet, because the people in power actually want that to happen and most people trust that they're doing the right thing, they will simply not believe you because they think that that's the right thing to do. Which is a scary thought. And very relatable. And then we get attacked by random plasmoids. That was very efficient. Snowbound. Is it someone that was sentenced to death, maybe? Wait a minute, what? Oh dear. The Inquisitor is an imposter. Who would have thought that the Inquisitor is an imposter? Back to Alphino.
You found something, didn't you? Well, don't keep me waiting in suspense. Let's see it. Given the contents of this encyclical, I believe you have just made the acquaintance of the real Inquisitor Guilhem, newly come to Curthus and murdered on the day of his arrival. Yes, it would have been a simple thing to assume his identity, for even if he were to behave oddly, who would dare question the wisdom of a papal appointment? Still, while this is incontrovertible proof that the Inquisitor is an impostor, we have yet to discern his true identity or why he has decided to oppose us. We must proceed quickly, Caetsu, before he learns that his deception has been discovered.
Weapon? Is this an upgrade? I don't think it is. We're gaining 1 strength, 2 vitality, and then we're losing like 5 secondary stats. It depends on how much we value skill speed. How much skill speed are we losing? Okay, we're losing 0.01 GCD. I think this is an upgrade. Ultimately, it's probably an upgrade based on how short our fights are. It's not gonna amount to very much.
Since Lord Drillamon has already been turned against us, I fear that this encyclical alone will not serve to convince him of our claims. But what might persuade a man so quick to disregard the endorsements of 2 high houses? The cook did say that the Lord listens to and respects the opinions of his knights. If a certain knight were to provide testimony that supports our claim, yes, mayhap that is the only way left for us. Confront Sir Jolot with the evidence you discovered and see if it helps him to recall the truth of that night. As a man of faith, he may find it difficult to cope with such a horrifying revelation. Nevertheless, we must do everything within our power to secure the enterprise.
Cool. Let's terrorize the poor man. Since he at least will speak with us, right? Hey man, you got rescued by an imposter. And presumably a heretic.
Oh, you have returned. Is there something else you wanted to ask?
Actually, what does this say?
The envelope contains what appears to be an official papal appointment to the position of Inquisitor. The Inquisitor is an impostor. Don't be preposterous. That could not possibly be true. He is a paragon of virtue, a dedicated servant of the Fury. You would have believed that that is all a lie? If you are so certain that your ludicrous story is true, then go and speak with Sir Prunilla. She was at the Eastern Gate that night, and she helped the Inquisitor carry me here, but I will never speak against the man who saved my life.
That's a reasonable reaction. That's okay. I think Prunilla doesn't want to talk with us, maybe. Maybe she will.
You! I do not believe I know you, ma'am. Pray move along and trouble me no more.
But what about this, though?
Are you in the habit of handing bloody documents to strangers? Why would you show me such a dreadful thing? I know naught of it, not at all.
Well, what if I doubt you then? What if I doubt you? Yeah? What if I point my finger at you, huh?
You know, don't you? Fury take me, I prayed this day would come. When Sir Jolot gave chase, I followed close behind. He didn't fall. One of those Dravanian abominations lashed out at him, nearly killed him right then and there. I drew my sword and rushed to his side, straining to see the enemy, but what came from the dark was not a beast, but a voice. He knew things about me, about my family, secrets I had never told another. He said that if I kept his confidence, Sir Jolot and I would be spared, but if I defied him, everyone I loved would suffer unimaginable horrors before they died. When at last I agreed to his terms, the man came forward. His robes marked him as an inquisitor, but I knew him to be false. Together, we carried Sir Jolot to the infirmary, and on his first night in the White-Brimmed Front, Inquisitor Guilhem was heralded as a hero. Soon after came the accusations. Countless men and women of good moral standing seized whilst in possession of draconian rosaries. As I feared, he was condemning the innocent to death. I wanted to confess to Lord Drillamon, wanted to put an end to the madness, but then I would remember the Inquisitor's threats, and so I did nothing, until Lord Francel was accused. Some time ago, I followed the Inquisitor and found that he kept draconian rosaries in a chest hidden southeast of Whitebrim Front. So, I took several from his chest and planted them in shipments bound for Skyfire Locks. As I hoped, they were discovered and considered evidence of a conspiracy against House Hallinard, thus exonerating Lord Franzel and casting doubt on the other recent trials. And that is the entire truth, I swear. Alone, forgive me for not acting sooner.
So she's the one that saved us. Hello, Will, how are you doing? Yeah, Heaven's Water, the gateway to addiction. I will certainly admit that I probably really found my love for the game's story when I got to Heaven's Ward. Specifically when I got to Heaven's Ward. Oh, they look like they're having fun. So I completely agree on that one. How are you doing, Lowell? It's just hanging out here, just nearby. There's never a guard here that goes, kind of weird that Inquisitor Guillaume regularly visits this particular mound and ruffles around in it. Strange, that. I'm not sure how this will work as evidence, because we show Lord Driven on that, and then why would he trust that we said that this is Lord Guillaume, or Inquisitor Guillaume's box? Why would that be evidence? Glad to hear that, Lowell. It's a lot easier to traverse these stairs on a small amount, I have to say. Drillemont? Why do you persist in this folly? I will not grant you 3 access to the stone vigil. Do not make me repeat myself. I didn't even ask. I actually wanted to show you this. There had better be a very good explanation for why you were carrying these rosaries. And where did you find this papal encyclical? Fury take me, the Inquisitor is a heretic! Never before have I heard such an unbelievable tale, but this evidence and your testimony could have no other explanation. I have misjudged you and your friends, Caetsu, and for that I deeply apologize. I will permit you to enter the outpost, but first, I must needs beg your assistance. Help me and my knights bring this infernal impostor to justice. You got it, mate. You just finished the Eden raid questline. Awesome. Which fight was your favorite among those 12? And more importantly, which boss's music did you like the best? I think there are some people in the chat that might not have seen it, so it would be best if you refer to the fight as E1 or E5 or something like that, to not accidentally say a name that might spoil something. If you do by accident, then that nothing to do about it, don't worry, but it's just that's actually fun fact that I think that's why this thing people have with referring to each raid as just a single letter and a single number to avoid spoiling anything, and it's also an easy way to sort things. But yeah, which boss was your favorite and which music was your favorite? Well. That thrice-damned heretic has murdered countless innocents and made a mockery of our laws. Hells take him and his Dravanian allies. I'm told he makes for Snowcloak even now, intending to pass judgment upon yet another poor soul whom he has branded heretic. If we hurry, there may still be time to prevent further tragedy. Lend me your strength, Caetsu. Together, let us put an end to this impostor's heresy once and for all. I think it's really ironic that a heretic figured out a giant loophole in the laws of the Ishgardians and just went, wait, so if I can make them believe that I'm an Inquisitor, then I can just judge people to death just on the simple basis that I believe that they're a heretic and I have minorly relevant grounds to do so? You're saying that I can do that? And I can do that with my enemy. And all I have to do is prove that I'm an Inquisitor, and I can do that. That's way easier than actually fighting them. I'll just do that. Oh yeah. Hey Andromeda, how are you doing? Have you gotten further in Savage Raid? It's okay if you haven't. But I hope you have. That would be awesome. Maybe you had a reclaim and got some loot this time. It seems only yesterday that Smol Caetsu Chaiji had 2 skills. Yeah, true. You'd have to rerun all of them again, but the one that stands out to me was the last one for Eden's Gate. Oh yeah, that is an awesome song, and also the fight is really cool. Actually, that's a really fun fact. Off the back of Thursday's stream where I was soloing content. Can you solo E4N, so the normal version of the final boss of Eden's Gate? Yes, you can. I know, because I did it. I can't remember if I used the footage anywhere, but I did do it. Just to see if I could, because it would be interesting. Because the boss doesn't have anything particularly threatening to an individual person, a warrior can easily solo E4 on normal. And the music is awesome. I remember doing that fight on release day, and it took several wipes to beat him. So I totally agree on that one. That really stands out. And Andromeda says we reach Kashixia too. Oh, I'm not sure what that is, but I'm guessing that it's a particularly significant part in P6S. So that's awesome. Like, as long as you progress, that's perfect. Don't ask me about my crafters. They're not to be proud of, yes. Well, Ghost Howler is really good at grinding. We don't all have to be excellent at grinding crafters. Was it, I believe Dr. Wario earlier said that they had given up on leveling crafters because it was too boring, but they did enjoy fishing. It's the hardest mechanic supposedly. Oh, so it's like reaching the Devour mechanic on P5S, right? And beating it, more precisely. I think all crafters and gatherers count. Like, I think all crafters and all gatherers can be enjoyable for doing something really relaxing, and the main reason why I enjoy, like, botany or mining more than fishing is that with fishing, if you're not aware in just a moment, you miss the fish, and that's really annoying. And then also the whole managing your buffs and all that. That becomes more prominent as you reach higher levels. But you don't have to worry that much about that when you're just gathering in circles in botany or mining. But granted, I haven't done much of any gathering or crafting in Endwalker. I've been focusing a lot on combat stuff and then guide making, of course. And Luel says, I think my favorite fight was the one with the timed mechanics. Like, the mechanic is shown before it actually happens, and when it does, there's less time to react. Do you mean like the... I believe it's E2? The one where they cast a spell and then makes it so that when they cast like a spread AoE or a stack marker, the thing that really happens is you get a debuff that counts down for like 10 or 20 seconds, and then it happens just instantly, and you just had to remember that that's what's gonna happen. That is a really cool mechanic, and it does sort of make a little bit of a reappearance later in the raid, but that's more like a lore thing. It's a really, really cool mechanic. Like, generally mechanics where it's like, memorize this is an interesting aspect, which is part of the reason why I think a lot of players feel like using tools to memorize for you feels a little bit like cheating, because the whole gimmick of the fight is that you memorize it yourself, right? So it kind of loses its teeth if you're using something to keep track of it. Also, the one with the move and not move mechanic was super cool. Oh yeah, which one was that again? I'm not entirely sure which one that was, because there's a. Isn't that the one of the trials in Shadowbringers? Or is there also a Savage? Is there also an Eden raid boss that does that? I can't remember which one it is. But that's awesome that you had a lot of fun with the raid. That's really good. Yeah, Andromeda. It's you can earn money with fishing, but you need to figure out the tricks to earn money with fishing. Like, someone asked on my fishing guide, left a comment asking for tricks to earn money with fishing, and I left like a summary of ways I've learned that you can make money with it. Like, for instance, you can fish stuff in the diadem, and then you can make Skybuilder scripts, which then gives you money. Or you can fish timed fish in Endwalker zones to get the ether sand from ethereal reduction, which is worth money. Things like that. You just need to know where to look. You could also fish for food recipes for max level, you know, raid food. That's also a way to make money, but it's not as much as, you know, the potential money you can make from crafting something and then putting it on the market for a huge markup. And Rado says, I crafted a regular 610 weapon and I ended up destroying it and I got the worst material from it. Ended up logging off for the day. That sucks. My best advice there is make sure to practice. Use the... I don't think I have access to it at all. There's a trial synthesis button in the UI. Make sure to use that one and practice and check if you're sure that you can do it. Don't try to craft 610 gear if you're not certain that you can make it, because you'll lose so much money if you mess it up. That's my best advice on that one. Pokeshak says, how do I save a relic? Or I throw it away when I need it for glam, I ask it for the salvager. I would say, honestly, on my main, I carry all of the relics that I use for glamour reasons here. I just straight up carry them around in my saddlebag and manually apply them. Because otherwise I would need to dedicate way too many glamour plates. Also, you should be able to buy from an NPC near the relic stuff. There should be an NPC that sells you replica versions of the relics, which are intended to be used for stuff like glamour. You forgot to put final appraisal or final... Yeah, it's final appraisal or something. And you end up creating it fast. Oh no, you crafted a normal quality weapon. Oh no. Good to have you with us, miss. When Lord Drillamon arrives, we're to confront the Inquisitor. If he refuses to go quietly, we will need to use force. Are you prepared for that eventuality? I mean, that's what I do. Oh, okay, Pokeshak. There is going to be a... I believe it's probably going to be a PvP stream on Tuesday. But yeah, there's going to be a Tuesday stream. Have a good day, Pokeshak. Enjoy your time with... I think you said something with your family, right? Have a good one. Overmelting. You needn't tremble so, my child. The righteous shall enjoy everlasting peace in Halone's hall, only the wicked. But why? Why must I die? By all that is holy, I swear to you that I have never questioned the teachings of Halone. Inquisitor,
Release the maid and come with us. My Lord Drillamon, what is the meaning of this interruption? You are aware that I am at present conducting an interrogation, are you not? Silence, villain! I name thee heretic, murderer of Inquisitor Guillaume and countless innocents. You are a traitor to Ishgard, to your own kith and kin. Your sins are beyond measure, beyond redemption. Huh? Weird. Ah, grave allegations indeed, but you will find your logic is flawed. How can I betray that which I owe no allegiance? No, Drillamon, my conscience is quite clear, I assure you. I wonder, can you say the same? You, whose hands are black with the blood of those whose only sin was to question your nation's crazed crusade. You speak to me of Ishgardian innocence. Huh. All are complicit in these crimes, for all lives live their lives by the Archbishop's lies. True. But I know you will not hear me. Deafened by dogma as you are, if you desire retribution, Lord Drillamon, then come, let us see how Ishgardian steel fares against Rivanian fang and claw. Dr. Wario with the apt, was it the Incredibles quote? When everyone's a heretic, no one is. When everyone's super, no one is. Attack! Poke him! Bonk. He used a spell called Rotten Meat to summon what? Oh, nice! That's a lot. This is a really old quest. The white mage casts Stone Skin, and someone casted Eye for an Eye, which I happen to know that we actually did have as a debuff that healers could indirectly apply. They had this buff that you could apply to the tank, which had a similar effect to how arm's length makes enemies that hit you hit slower. You instead had Eye for an Eye that made enemies, I believe, have a smaller crit chance or something weird like that. I am reborn. That must be really awkward, just changing into a dragon like that. We probably need to beat this guy. Just to be on the safe side. There's another Wormhound. Where is it? Oh, it's over there. Spirit Dart. Got him. Just a moment. My glamour's dispelled. Somehow you still look like Guillaume, though. Your plans lie in ruin, heretic. Choose your words wisely, for they will be your last. You may not recall the many Ishgardians I have sentenced, but the families of the dead will never forget.
Blood has been repaid with blood, and for that I am content. My only regret is that you yet live. But your end is nigh, foreigner. The dragons within the stone vigil will rend you asunder, and when you are dead, Whitebrim Front shall fall. Defiant to the last, leave the body for the crows. His ilk deserves naught better. Caetsu, I must apologize for involving you in this sordid business. You should never have been asked to intervene in Ishgardian affairs of state. Rest assured, I have not forgotten the matter which first brought you into our midst. It is past time that you were reunited with your airship. But this is not the place to discuss such matters. Pray visit me at Whitebrim Front, and bring your associates. Okay. Oh, that's unfortunate, Lowell. If you did the entirety of Eden just to get the glamour, and then you find out that you need specifically to do the Savage version to get it, that sucks. That really sucks. I don't think you can get away with using very many, like that few people. You will probably, if you needed something from Eden's Promise, I'm pretty confident that even unsynced, you will probably need a full party to do it reliably. Based on the simple fact that during Shadowbringers, even at the very end of the expansion, you sort of still needed 8 people to beat things like 08 and 012s. And even then, that was really hard. And mechanics could easily wipe you. But is it because you needed died? Because I'm pretty sure the normal version of the gear is the undieable version of the same equipment, right? It not being dieable is completely an understandable problem, because I can't use very much raid gear, specifically because I can't dye it, and you know what I was gonna do with the gear if I were to wear it, right? Of course, dye it pink. There they are again. Where have you been, Caetsu? The false Inquisitor has been slain, has he? Yes, well, this was a tale always like to end in bloodshed. Though you have overcome the latest in a long line of unfortunate impediments, I would ask you not to revel in your victory just yet. We can celebrate once we have secured the Enterprise. Yeah, exactly. It's always better if you can dye it. Like, even if the base color is like jet black or pure white, doesn't matter. What if I want it to be red? Yeah, as I'm sure you will agree, it is past time we entered the Stone Vigil. Pay Lord Drillamon a visit and remind him of his obligation to us. Sid and I will follow anon. I'm pretty sure we don't even need to remind him. He knows. And we need to go further up. We owe you all a great debt of gratitude. Had it not been for you, the heretic masquerading as Inquisitor Guillain would still be among us, free to prey upon the innocent. I see now that I was a fool to dismiss your claims out of hand, but you must understand it seemed too much to hope that the signs of the Seventh Dawn still lived, to say nothing of Master Garland. Never have I been happier to be proven wrong. Well, it is gratifying to know that someone has derived a measure of enjoyment from your error. Now, if you have no further objections, we would appreciate it if you would permit us to enter the Stone Vigil and retrieve our airship. Yes, of course. It is the very least I can do, given all that you have done for us. But entering the outpost is the least of your concerns, I fear. You speak of the Travanians that now hold the ruin. In
part, yes, I should explain. Shortly after you first arrived, I had my men scour the old records. They confirmed that an abandoned airship had been seized by the soldiers garrisoned at the Stone Vigil in the days following the calamity. As far as we have been able to ascertain, it was still in their custody when the outpost was overrun by the dragons. Whether it was damaged or destroyed during the battle, I cannot say, nor can I give you any assurances that it has not been removed in the intervening years. For far too long, the ruin has served as a Dravanian foothold in Kurthas, from which they have struck out at us with depressing regularity. Though we have pushed them back behind the walls, we have as yet been unable to drive them out, and I cannot say when the situation will change. Or how it will change. Forgive me, Lord Trillamont, but there's no guarantee that you will prevail. In any event, we have not the time to wait. We will secure our property without Ishgalian aid. Well, that's a strong statement, considering that you're going to have me do the heavy lifting. I see. Well, that may be for the best. I will inform Sir Netherlane of your impending visit. May he alone guide you, Scions. Well, Lunar Whale says, it's a little silly, but hey, I guess that encourages me to try harder content, despite my frustrations with the normal ones. Yeah, what I can say is, depending on what kind of jobs you have access to, you may be able to solo some Stormblood raids, even on Savage. However, as I discovered Thursday, 09S is like on the brink of being possible to solo, from what I could tell. You really need to like do the boss fight perfectly, and you also need to make sure your gear is fine. But it can be done. But that still puts the limit on that. If you need something from E12 or something like that, then that might be out of reach alone. But if you can round up some friends or a free company, then maybe they want to join you. I believe E12 has a mount. Like E12S drops a mount. So maybe you can convince them with that. Hey, you guys want to do some mount farming with me? All you have to do is not need on this gear piece that I need. How about that? Hail, Katsu! Lord Drummond has apprised me of the situation. You may enter the Stone Vigil whensoever you will. Cool. Dungeon time. Let's do it. Stone Vigil. 5 minutes. Well, that of course means that the first thing we're gonna do is check, where's this? Footfalls in Western Thanalan. Sure, let's see if we can do that before the queue pops. Then we will unlock the 4th stage of the Lancer hunting log. Where's Footfalls? And then you remember that the name of the Endwalker theme is Footfalls. A little bit of a reference to where we started. Now, I'm going to guess that what it actually means by Footfalls is like up there or something. But I'm not sure. T176. 17.6. Yep, right up in the corner there. And Duel says you have all range DPS at 80. Right. So what you would probably need would be to get your main to 90. That would make it much easier to do E anything as unsynced. Lowell, have you not... now I'm getting a little curious. Have you not gotten into Endwalker yet?
Like, are you doing Eden to like experience Shadowbringers completely before you move into Endwalker? And Rallo says, Endwalker seems like the ending of everything expansion. Well, it's the ending of the main story as it is. But it's not the end. After all, we have already started on the new journey. I'm not gonna be specific with what's actually happening because I do know that there might be some in the chat that haven't seen it. But I did stream doing 6.2. The entire MSQ of 6.2, and there's like they have started on a completely new path in the story. Rado says, I don't know how they will continue the story afterwards. It seems like Final Fantasy Part 6 might not be crazy, but who knows? I could be wrong, and they can make me cry so hard I can drink my tears. Oh. Let's see if there's anything else in the specific area we are in before we leave. Anything? Nope. We check here. East, 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 east. Okay, so that's... We actually have a lot of targets in Eastern Thanalan. So let's go to Eastern Thanalan and see what we can find. Well, there's no need to rush doing the main quest, but I can say that I'm very confident that the story will continue just fine, just based on what I've seen. Sandgate. Where is that? Oh, that makes sense, actually. That makes perfectly good sense. So make sure to enjoy the story at your own pace, and don't let anyone else rush you to do it. And I can see that we have some targets in Halatali specifically, which is a dungeon. I'm guessing that dungeon. What if I talk with you? Halatali was abandoned following the calamity, along with the Colosseum beasts that were raised there. The creatures have since broken free of their cages and claimed the former training grounds as their lair. Oh dear. You haven't unlocked raid roulette, so you did all of Eden to get them. Ah, I see. I think most people normally unlock raid roulettes by dealing with Alexander. And often they unlock it by just doing the first 2 parts or something like that. Which is why most people, when they do raid roulettes and have unlocked all raids, they almost always end up in A1. Which is not necessarily bad. It's nice that you get an easy raid roulette, but if you have had the experience of getting a little bit bored with getting Crystal Tower every time you queue for Alliance raid roulette, then you know how it feels to get the same Alliance raid every single time. It's a bit of the same thing. See. Eastern Thanalan, Welwick Woods, that's all the way up there. Do we have anything in Eastern Thanalan that is closer? The Burning Wall. I mean, let's go for Welwick Wood first. Lol says, also the very first tea I shared was the argument between Alice and Reen about a promise. Oh. How do you not get Crystal Tower? My best advice is if you have unlocked every Alliance raid you have access to, Make sure to queue with a job that is as high level as possible. Make sure that you have gear so that you're eligible for all of those alliance raids. And queue and hope. That's all you can do, because there's no avoiding it. There are people that will genuinely unequip pieces to lower their item levels such that they will get a Crystal Tower alliance raid because it's easier and faster. Which is true. It is true. And more importantly, one of the quests in the Boshan Relic weapon quest line requires you to do Crystal Tower raids specifically. And I don't believe really there's any other alliance raid tiers, like any other expansions alliance raids, that has any significance to farming relic weapons. I'm pretty sure. Which means that people have a reason to farm Crystal Tower, but not really a reason to farm something like Void Ark. What do you mean, Ralu, by the Orange Justice mod? I don't even know what that is. Lowell says, I'd also like to try Palace of the Dead. Then on to Heaven on High. I heard it's a good way to level up. It's a decent way to level up. I will say that the big downside to leveling in Palace of the Dead is that it does not give you very good opportunity to learn your job in a context that is not Palace of the Dead, if that makes sense. Like, you learn to play your job in Palace of the Dead. So it might be healthier to level in other ways, but it is a good thing to like sprinkle in between other stuff that you're gonna do. I also don't have a Heaven on High video guide yet. I'd have to find time to like research a bit more on that. Funny thing is that I have completed all 100 floors of Heaven on High, but not all 200 floors of Palace of the Dead. But that is more in part to the fact that I have friends that were more interested in Heaven on High than Palace of the Dead, and Heaven on High is shorter than Palace of the Dead. It's a custom dance. Well, Rado, I don't play with any mods whatsoever. None at all. So no, I would not have any mods. This is both because I don't really like playing with a ton of mods, but also because it can very easily get you banned to use mods on stream. So I wouldn't do that. I would have to turn off all my mods for streams if I did use any. I don't. Not even the one with the speech bubbles. Oh yeah, Andromeda, I never got around to explain that. That's good you found it yourself. And nope, Duel, not even Reshade. Mainly also because I believe Reshade will increase the amount of resources your computer will need to be able to run the game. And because I'm playing the game in 4K and 120 FPS, my computer is already struggling to keep a reliable 120 FPS. And I don't even have like things like shadows at max setting to make sure that that's even a possibility. So if I increased any graphics even further by using something like Reshade, I would probably not be capable of having 120 FPS on my computer while streaming to you guys. So nope, I do not use Reshade. This is a really awkward level range for Dragoon, by the way. We have to use a single target attack to reapply our damage buff. But we generally prefer to use AoE attacks if we can. Oh, I need to make sure to heal myself a bit with some bloodbath. But it's good that you found the setting, Andromeda. I actually have thought multiple times, like, oh right, I promised to show you that, and then I forgot, and then I remembered again, and then I forgot, and every time I remembered, you weren't there. But I'm glad you found the setting. Clearly, I had no ability to remember it on time. The good news on that front is that you guys sometimes, like, somewhat regularly asking me about game settings and stuff like that inspired a video that I'm working on, or have worked on, that is coming soon, which features pretty much all of the helpful game settings you could ever want, including censoring your cooldowns. Well, says the YouTuber Desparious has a very generous preset. Don't know if it's a placebo, but I feel that my game runs better. That might be. I'm going to hold by my stance that part of the reason that I don't run with any mods is also because I want to make sure that people that watch my content see Final Fantasy XIV as it is. Like, that means that, for instance, a console player would not feel awkward by the fact that their game looks completely different to mine. So that's also part of the interest from my perspective in not changing anything with third-party tools in any capacity. I really just want to make sure that my content is not depending on you installing anything other than the game itself. I think that's an important aspect of my guides and content in general being relatable and understandable, and I hope you understand what I mean by that. Even if a reshade preset might make my computer run the game even better. Oh dear. I've become the tank somehow. That's our first death, apparently. That's pretty funny. We got to level 53. I think 52, 53? 52. Almost 53. I should probably just have ran back. That's my mistake. I'm glad to hear you're gonna look at my macro guide, Lowell. Yeah, I want to say that I'm not really for or against people using mods, especially if it's just some graphical change that makes the game look better for them. I'm totally all for that. It's just that I don't want to do that. And that just to be completely clear on my stance on the whole thing, I don't mind people using these kinds of tools. And Ralu asked, do I miss the old Stone Vigil? Mostly, I feel like it's a shame that they dumbed down the final boss. It didn't need to. I feel like only the boss we're coming up to right now was a little bit janky and weird. Nothing else really needed major changes. I feel like the original final boss was perfectly fine as it was. It just feels hollow now because it's made even easier. I didn't feel like it needed that. And Andromeda says, Cardia TT, best macro. That's actually a pretty good one. I mostly just park my Cardia on the main tank, and then I move it around manually between people as I see fit throughout a fight. If I need to swing it back to the main tank, I prefer to like switch it manually as well. But it's really good to make it a little easier to like plant it on your tank if the main tank switches and you don't have a lot of time to deal with that whole thing. Gonzalo says, only mod I use is DPS tracker. As playing Black Mage, I was curious how I was doing compared to other DPS. That's understandable. That's a common reason why people use DPS meters. I believe most people choose to use them to figure out how they're doing themselves, and that's very respectable. The thing is that the point is that you be nice about it, and generally speaking, you never talk about mods directly in the game. That's the most important bit. Which means I would say that it's pretty good that you don't walk around with your character's name on your YouTube account, for instance. Just to be on the safe side, right? Andromeda says, you keep forgetting that he's a Black Mage main. Lunar Whale says, what is a New Game Plus in this game? Basically, New Game Plus allows you to replay MSQ sections purely for the story. No experience gain, no rewards. It's just to replay story beats that you really enjoyed and want to see again. So that basically you don't need to see me do it. What? Oh, okay. I think it's because of the fact that my armor is specifically Dragoon specific, while that one is like Disciple of War, but technically it's more like a warrior armor, which is why it had so much armor. But yeah, the only reason you have to do New Game Plus is if you really, really enjoyed the story, Lowell. You don't have to do it. It doesn't really give you anything. Like how we talked about earlier, that there's no reward for watching all of the cutscenes without skipping, aside from the story itself. And Andromeda says you really want to try and go back to your roots and play Black Mage in Savage, but we have too much. We have far too much D4. Goes out that they don't brag about the DPS I can see and no one else can. And that's good. That's the thing really, is that what matters is that you being able to see your performance compared to others inspire you to do better. And that's the best use of DPS meters. Garuda says, yes, Stone Vigil was the first dungeon a tank player had to become a big boy. Look, it's the Enterprise. It's right there. Yes, just beyond that enormous sleeping dragon. The dragon is not our concern. We have come for the airship and only the airship. Sid, you and I will sneak aboard the Enterprise and prepare for launch. Caetsu, you stay here and keep an eye on the beast. If it wakes, we may need you to provide a distraction until we are ready to depart. You can manage that, can't you? That settles it. Then, shall we, Sid?
As you command. Yeah, the mobs hurt really bad, and the sections to pull are really awkward because most of the sections have 5 packs instead of 2, 4, or 6 or something like that. So people feel compelled to pull 3 packs, which is too much.
So you mean to slay Garuda next? Interesting. Most interesting. And you are aware that her strength greatly exceeds that of your previous primal conquests? A testament to the fanatical devotion of her followers. The Exile are nothing if not zealous. In spite of your past achievements, I labor to believe that you will best this foe. Yet only a fool would underestimate the great bringer of light, slayer of Ifrit, bane of Titan. If any mortal is capable of defeating the Lady of the Vortex, it's you. Win or lose, the battle should at least make for an entertaining spectacle. Assuming, of course, you live that long. Whoop! Alphinaud, the dragon. Confound it all.
Well, he also keeps saying that these days, so he's not changed that much, has he?
Let us see how well your blasphemous gifts serve you this time, Crystal Bearer.
Oh, they actually waited! That's so nice. I actually didn't expect them to wait, but I was wondering when the room is closing kind of message was coming. Andromeda says, well, I'm not mechanically gifted enough to move Cardia around my party members anyway. Well, you will learn. You will get better with time, Andromeda. I am actually very confident that as you get better and better at the game, you will feel more and more confident in, messing around with keybinds and stuff, and being able to target much more reliably and fluidly between party members. Like, for instance, moving your Cardia quickly between attacks. It can be done, so I know you can do it. I believe. Is the Dark Knight walking? Okay, I thought for a moment that they actually switched to walking just really to drive home the point that this fight is a little silly right now. Solace says, wait, using Cardia on anything but tank is expected? Well, let's say that you're in a savage raid fight and the boss does so much damage that your Cardia always has health to heal on the tank. In that scenario, no, you would absolutely keep Cardia on the tank at all times. But if you're in a fight where that is not the case and your Cardia is on a tank, but the tank has full health... Uh-oh, our healer's dead. But the tank is at full health, then you're technically wasting healing when you're not moving your Cardia to people that can receive healing, right? So if you have
a DPS that has lost like 20% of their health, you could use a quick heal if you wanted to. But you can also just move Cardia to that player and then heal them slowly by attacking. You can do that. You don't have to do that, but that would be more efficient. And Andromeda says, you can, yes. Especially with newly rest people, exactly. If there's no big mechanic coming up to kill you anytime soon, then you can slowly heal up someone that you rest. But yeah, you can definitely do that. Like, moving your Cardia around is the Sage equivalent of Scholar's Fairy. Automatically healing whoever needs it the most. Warriors don't need healing. I think on P5S, they do need some healing. But that's more because P5S does, like, I don't know, like 18,000 damage with every swing or something crazy like that. And also, guys, look, more candy. Warriors blue healer. Kaitsu, are you alright? Speak to me. Look, I was just in bliss from finding more candy. Kaitsu chocolate factory, methinks. 12 be praised. I feared the beast had injured you. I see now why the others rated you so highly. When you were caught in the midst of that etheric bubble with the dragon, I was all but certain my next mission would be to find a new champion. Thank the gods for sparing me that inconvenience. I have quite enough to do already. Which reminds me, Sid is working on the Enterprise as we speak. Let us go and see what he has to say. What say you, Sid? Will she fly? Yes, though it will not be a pleasant ride. Well, I dare say it will be no more unpleasant than staying here. It's a pity the Enterprise is not in a better state, but if she will allow us to quit this place, I shall not complain. If all are in agreement, let us return to Gridania. Why Gridania? Oh right, Garuda. Though I would like nothing more than to set course for the Howling Eye, it is plain the Enterprise is in no condition to weather the storm. She must needs be repaired if we are to proceed with our mission. Your friend literally ran a dungeon and told your other sage friend, no heals, just cardia, let's see if I live through this. Actually, I have had some interesting parties sometimes where I've managed to get by with a very large amount of my healing coming from just cardia by being very good at planning it, but not all dungeons work like that. Like, if there's enough AoE damage, it might be difficult to keep up with. This is all so familiar. I know this ship. I know his name is Bob, not Enterprise. If I could just... it's no use. You'll get it eventually, Sid. It'll be fine. Let's go. I'll remember my pilot license eventually. It'll come to me as we need. How do you turn again? Bah. There he is. Hey, Alphino. Ah, how I have longed for the more agreeable climate of the 12th. Yet I will not deny the Holy See had its charms. Endless detours aside, our Ishgardian jaunt proved quite an adventure. Alas, our work is far from done. We still have an airship to repair and a primal to slay. No rest for the heroic, eh? Oh yeah, and we reached level 53. History repeating. We're still 12 levels ahead. Actually, it's now already looking quite good. Just from no more snow, right? Impossible in Japanese? Muridayo! Believe that's impossible. But I had to look it up. I'm pretty sure that Muda means useless, if you've been watching JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Andromeda says, I retract my statement. The best macro is, hello, I'm inexperienced. I'll do my best. Says the sage at level 90. Oh no. And then Andromeda smash cut to does not cast Cardia and does not react to anyone else telling you to use Cardia and just doesn't use Cardia for the entire dungeon. It calms me to look at her. It's as though I've been reunited with a part of me I never knew was missing. Hardly surprising, you did design and build her. This camera angle and Alphino just walking up to him right after I mentioned JoJo just had me thinking. That was just really funny. Come as close as you like. I bear good news. The Scions have granted our request to house the Enterprise. We may take as long as we require to repair her. Of course, it would be rank folly to take one moment more than we require. Garuda, lest we forget, grows stronger by the hour. If we are to have any hope of wresting this benighted realm from her talons, it must needs be soon. Though I am no expert on the workings of airships, it seems plain to me that the Enterprise suffered much from her time in the wilderness. Am I not correct, Sid? You are. Frankly, it's a miracle she carried us this far. As you know, the Howling Eye is encircled by a raging tempest, apt to turn proud trees to mashwood. Our battle will end before it begins if the Enterprise cannot weather the storm. Given time, I believe I can fully repair her. But if this tempest is as fearsome as you say, even that may not be enough. Confound it. There must be a way to brave the fury of the elements. The elements? But of course, that's it! We work upon the element itself. Using the power of a corrupted crystal, we could clear a path through the storm and spare the Enterprise a battering. I see. You propose to utilize the properties of a crystal to alter the elemental aspect of the barrier. It seems so childishly simple in retrospect. Why are you looking at me? Though mayhap not to you. Hey! Why? Why? Why you have to be mean? We speak of the manifestations of over-aspected ether that can be found throughout Eorzea. Since the calamity disrupted the land's etheric currents, such crystals have become comparatively commonplace. which has been a cause of great woe, as they are known to warp etheric energies, including those of living organisms. The point is, we could theoretically use a corrupted crystal to convert the wind-aspected ether comprising Garuda's barrier into ether of another aspect, one she cannot control. With certain modifications, the Enterprise should be able to deliver us to the Howling Eye in comfort, however hard Garuda blows. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. All of this rests upon our ability to procure a crystal with the necessary properties. Have you any idea where we might acquire one? No, but I know a man who might. A scholar by the name of Lambertine, who resides in Camp Drybone. Strange as it may sound, I met him during my time at the church. Well, Marquise met him, I suppose. Whether out of pity or for want of a more willing listener, he would talk to me for hours at a time about his etheric studies, corrupted crystals being his pet subject. It was as a result of these conversations that poor Marquise was observed to possess an uncommon knack for theoretical science. Caetsu, I need you to return to Thalanan and seek out this scholar. Sid and I will set about repairing the Enterprise in your absence. What will you do, Alphino? Are you an engineer? Ghost Hollow says, hey guys, this is my first time healing. Literally has the God of Magic title. Even though that's only level 80 now, but still. Thank God you only have Sage Max. Well, you can forget to put up Cardia, that happens. But the thing is, if you like start seeing people start talking about using Cardia, then you should, like, if you're not seeing that, then you're not looking at chat. And if you're never looking at chat, then you should start looking more at chat. So, like, if you're both not remembering to use Cardia, and then also not seeing people reminding you to use Cardia, then you have a problem. But I'm pretty sure that's not what's happening for you, Andromeda. You'll be fine. I know. Being a shield healer is the absolute worst in dungeons, but I don't think I can take the responsibility of being healer 1. I think that barrier healers are the best healers in dungeons. They have instant attacks for AoE. They heal automatically, meaning you don't have to apply regen and stuff. And most of their tools feel like they're perfectly designed to help the tank mitigate the damage from a large trash pack. While Astrologian and White Mage feels less equipped for that. In fact, White Mage's Holy impedes the tank's ability to use a stun on a telegraphed attack. Which both means that you're not wasting the stuns that you could do by using Holy, of course, but on the other hand, you're removing a defensive tool from a different player in your party. So, I would say that barrier healers are the easiest healers to heal with in dungeons, but that might just be me. I might be biased. Excuse me, little lord, I know more than you. I know that you will get better with time, Alphino, it's okay. I know future you. And Andromeda says, listen, I pray that when I use that macro, my party doesn't look up my search info, because levels can be deceiving. You literally crammed your classes to 90 using trust, because you're afraid to get it all wrong. Andromeda, remember, the worst that can happen is that you wipe. That's the worst that can happen. If people get mad, they are those in the wrong. There's no reason to get so mad about it. The worst that can happen is that you wipe. And that's okay. And you learn a lot more from wiping. So remember that failing is part of learning. Just remember that. And don't be so scared. It'll be okay. Being White Mage or Astra and watching the tank's HP go down to just to hit Benediction or Essential Dignity is the best. Like, yes, beg for heals. Well, the thing is that with Sage or Scholar, that tends to not happen at all. The problem is, if you let it happen, you're in trouble, but you're not supposed to let it happen. Ironically, barrier healers are the ones that need to tend to the tank's health throughout a dungeon. To make sure that they don't drop low, because it's really hard to recover from that. While the regen healers, the pure healers, can let it happen because they can, you know, use their big big heals to recover. Why, yes, I am Professor Lambertine. Beg pardon, you wish to hear about my research on corrupted crystals. Wait, truly? Well, nothing would give me greater pleasure than to discuss my work with a fellow woman of science. It's like all of my name days have come at once. This is perfect. I love this. Of course I would. I would almost pay you to listen to me talk. And you're here, listening for free. This is amazing. It's really funny that these armor pieces have more defense than my existing one. That's really weird, but I'm guessing it's because it's quote-unquote tank gear. So rare it is to find fellow intellectuals in this region. It's even rarer to find one capable of comprehending the nature of corrupted crystals. Come to think of it, there was another, a hermit to whom the church had given sanctuary. Curious fellow, unsociable, rather daft at first impression, yet possessed of an amazing affinity towards the scientific pursuits. But to the matter at hand, did you say you wish to not to conduct field observations, but to harvest a corrupted crystal? Egad, woman, at least take the necessary precautions so that you do not suffer from exposure to its harmful energies. I'm beginning to wonder if you've sufficient qualifications to handle such hazardous materials. Still, your ignorance is somewhat endearing. Luckily for you, I have precisely the means by which these inherent dangers may be averted. Simply store the crystal you seek within this warded pot to protect yourself from its deleterious effects, though I suppose you will be bombarded with its energies until you place it within the vessel. Well, perhaps it shall motivate you to work quickly. In any case, take the pot to Hahasako, a student of mine monitoring the flow of ether at Highbridge. Explain to him your quest, and he shall instruct you in the finer points of crystal harvesting. Ben Dorman says, to be honest, when my tanks ask me for heals in Savage, I sweat buckets like, bruh, my Drucoal ain't gonna do anything to help. Why are you asking heals from me? Well, my best advice there is you make sure to use your bigger tools regularly. Like, you will actually be surprised how powerful Drucoal is, and it's only like 100 potency more. Like, it's a matter of giving them heals over the course of the fight. Don't wait until they're at 20%. Start giving them help when they're at 50%, or maybe even 70% if that's what it takes. You have to remember that Essential Dignity isn't that much stronger than Drucoal when it comes to it. I'm pretty sure that's only like 900 potency, isn't it? Let me check. Yeah, it's 900. Like, Essential Dignity, that superhero spell, is 900 potency. Drucoal is, like, I believe it's 600? So, Essential Dignity, 1.5 Drucoal. It's not that massive of a difference, and Drucoal not only is 700, but it also means that the damage that the tank is taking over the course of the next little while is slightly reduced. Maybe not by much if you intended to use Keracol anyway, but still. How many times must I be made to explain myself? I am not contemplating suicide, you imbecile. I have chosen this precise position to perform scientific measurements. Yes. What have we here? A containment vessel? Why, this is the handiwork of Professor Lambertine. You thieving knave, I shall call for the... you just say the man himself lent it to you. Then you must have sought me out per his instruction, which means he believes me experienced enough to expound upon his explanations. At last, the recognition I so rightfully deserve. I love these scientific people. They're really nice. I like it. You made a macro to automatically give your credits to your tanks. That's a good idea. That is a good idea. Personally, I often, in the content I do with Sage, I rarely reach the point where I also need to use Crassus. But that's a good idea if you forget, like if you accidentally use it on others or you forget to use it at all, then just having like a macro to automatically target what you need to target. I swear to God, it's a different view when Caetsu speaks with fellow Lalafels. The air feels much more cleaner. It feels like we're speaking person to person, right? Oh, frabjous day, Kalu Kalei, that I should be chosen to guide this woman. Yes, I, Hasako, greatest of Professor Lambertain's pupils, shall see that you successfully quarry your quarry. Nice. Your timing is impeccable, in fact, for I was just preparing to procure corrupted crystals from the burning wall for my personal research. There, the devastating destruction caused by the calamity has blessed us with a bounty of sublime specimens. But something tells me that naught but a perfect piece will satisfy your high standards, in which case you might needs descend to the deepest depths, amidst the flowing waters and the murderous Mirrorites. Did you say Mirrorites? I actually have a hunting log on those. I actually have to kill those anyway. It's good. I'll kill them for you. Don't even worry about it. Lies the most fantastic formation I have found thus far. Take this highly advanced researcher's tool, arbitrary researcher's tool, and use it to separate a small fragment from the large cluster. Place it within the warded pot and bear it back to me for inspection. Don't worry about what the tool is. It'll be fine. The path which leads from Burgundy Falls to the base of the burning wall is treacherous and terrifying, but advance with appropriate caution and you shall surely survive. It feels like equality. Oh. Rala says, have you found a part in voice acting? Nope, I have not. I don't actually know how I would even start on voice acting, and to be completely honest, I don't think that I'm that good at it, that it would work professionally. But I'm really glad that you guys enjoy it. Because it is more fun to tell a story with voices than to just tell it in a monotone voice. But yeah, I specifically I wouldn't know where to start. And let's just, while we're here, did we have anything else? I don't believe we did. They were all the way at the bottom. This area throws me back so much with Black Mage job quests. Oh yeah, all of the Black Mage quests starting at Burgundy Falls. It's true. You know, as you may recall, in many of my job guides, like the low-level ones, I tend to like showcase where the quest givers are, like in a picture. Specifically with a job like Black Mage, it was very difficult to show Burgundy Falls because if I remember correctly, in the point in the quest line I was in, meaning I had completed it, no one was standing there. So I was like pointing at an empty spot going, take my word for it, there will be NPCs here. Rala says, honestly, unlocking Jin for Ninja made the AR story 10 times easier on your playthrough. Which thing is it that would help you specifically there? I believe Jin would both allow you to use. That's the part that allows you to use your 3-step spells. I'm guessing that having Huton to give you the huge attack speed boost would be incredible. And actually being able to use trick attack without sneaking up on enemies, that would make it way, way nicer. Like I can just imagine it. Like every time you want to fight something, you have to use hide and walk up to them slowly. And then you get Jin, and then you can just go, Suiton. And then smack them with trick attack. Much easier. And faster. Is it that you're thinking of, Ralo, or was it something else you meant? Romla, you'll see. It's just this guy. Think about it. This guy is standing here. If you complete the Black Mage story, no one is here. No one. Purple. Those are cute. And completely white. And then you see their face. Aloha, Sako, I have something for you. I see you've come galumphing back. Have you the crystal then? Yes, I do. What a prodigiously large and lovely crystal. Professor Lambertine will doubtless chortle with joy when you present it to him in person. Oh, and upon your return, do remember to recount how I helped you with your harvesting. I will, absolutely. You deserve all the recognition, Hahasako. I want you to succeed. Yeah. Stack True North, Trick Attack Mug. That's true. Then you don't even have to worry about the positional. You insta-kill in 2 normals or a single Raiton. And actually, that's an interesting point. Back in the day when stuff like Raiton was actually an OGCD, they did still a lot of damage, but these days the amount of damage your ninjutsus do is actually quite ridiculous to compensate for the fact that they take longer than a regular GCD to perform. My keen scholar's sense tells me you've obtained a corrupted crystal, am I right? If you'd grant me a moment to examine the crystal, it is as you desired. A corrupted crystal overflowing with wind-aspected ether. Remind me, for what purpose did you intend to use this crystal again? What? To breach a barrier comprised of wind-aspected ether. Oh dear, that may prove problematic, as this crystal would only serve to strengthen the barrier. Suppose I am at fault for not inquiring as to your objective from the start. Had I known your intent, I would have never sent you to Hahasako. But what is science if not trial and error? And can you truly say that this failure has taught you nothing? Think, woman, you now understand the methods necessary to safely collect a corrupted crystal. You will doubtless have no difficulty doing so once more. What's more, the crystal you collected can serve as an invaluable resource for the ethereal studies conducted by the students of Baldesion. You've heard of them? Well, I don't mean to boast, but I have a professional relationship with the organization, not as equals, of course. I would never be so bold as to claim that level of expertise. Are you alright? Your eyes seem to have glazed over for a moment. I don't know, I'm actually interested. I think he's fascinating, this guy. Anyway, I shan't keep you from your task. You've still a corrupted crystal to find. Corrupted crystals of sufficient size and strength are not all that common, I fear. Fortunately, one of my other students, Shiana, claims to have discovered another promising site in eastern Lanosea. Wait, that's not correct. Eastern Lanosea was where she was nearly killed when wandering too close to an Imperial castrum. Now, that made for an amusing anecdote. It was Western Lanosea, Pharaoh Sirius, on the Isles of Umbra, to be precise. I can't recall her exact reasoning, something to do with one of Dalamut's talents or some such nonsense. What I can say for certain is that she's still in Aleport, attempting to gain access to the Isles. Why not travel there and see if Sienna's inquiries bear fruit? If you can look past the crass and violent ways of the local pirates, you might find your time there to be quite pleasurable. Oh, and do not forget to take your makeshift watered pot, lest she think you unprepared for the task. To Whaleport. And luckily we have that etherite. Actually, speaking of ninja, I was thinking of next week as the Thursday stream to level a secondary job on Smol Caetsu Chaiji here. I'll probably put up a poll on what job that should be. And it's gonna be just level it up a bit. It's not to be used instead of Dragoon. It's just to level something extra. Just to do something like a side quest, you could say. And I believe the poll is going to mainly include jobs that have seen major changes either in Endwalker or since I leveled them originally, so that I can re-experience how they actually feel to level up from level 1 again. The poll is probably gonna come up like within the next few days if you guys are interested in seeing and participating in the vote, but it's just gonna be like, it's not going to be that we play that job instead. It's mainly going to be to explore some ways you can, like some strategies you can use to level, which may be included in a future video. And the best way to do that, the best way to figure out leveling strategies is to use leveling strategies, and I'm too high level on my main to use any of the leveling strategies that I could come up with myself. But I'm not going to do anything on Smol Kai here off stream, so we'll have to stream it. We'll have to do it live. Eh? Corrupted crystals? Ma'am, I've no interest in being the butt of your jokes, so if you've no other reason for addressing me, kindly leave me be. Well, I'll be damned. Professor Lambertine did send you. Beg your pardon. It seems we got off on the wrong foot. I'm Sienna, greatest of the professor's pupils, which is doubtless why he bid you seek me out. Indeed, I am an accomplished scholar with an extensive background in... Oh gods, I just listened to me prattle on and on. I must have given this introduction a dozen times by now. As I told the professor in my many missives, I believe that the area surrounding Pharaoh Sirius is replete with corrupted crystals of exceptional strength. Unfortunately, I've yet to test my hypothesis, as all access to the Isles of Umbra is prohibited at present. For reasons unknown to me, you see, my attempts to acquire this information are often met with annoyance and disdain. It's rather puzzling, since I always take the time to explain my motivations in great detail to the subjects of my questioning. Mayhap you will have better luck wresting information from these yellow jackets. I have all but given it up at this point. Well, step 1 is don't bore them with excessive detail so they fall asleep. They're pirates, not scientists. You startled me. Don't you know better than to sneak up on a person at a time like this? What with all this fatuous gossip of spirits and specters haunting the islands of Umbra, just because I know it's nonsense doesn't make it any less frightening. Okay. I didn't even get to say anything. Moses, this is crazy. I think it's really funny that we're dealing with scientists trying to speak normal human language and they're having trouble. I think it's really, really funny because I relate to that. You keen on traveling to the Isles of Umbra? Bloody hells, lass. Are you drunk or just crazy? Ain't nothing there but death. Death and more death. Did you check? How is relatable? Well, Ralu, I have a master's degree in applied mathematics. I have, in fact, talked people to sleep myself once or twice.
The Isles of Umbra? What interest have you in that god's-forsaken place? Ever since we were forced to abandon Sirius, the Isles have become naught more than a graveyard for ships unable to navigate the shores, and a purgatory for the souls dragged down to the depths with them.
So they don't want Shiana to go on the Isle because they don't want to go on the Isle themselves. And that, I mean, that's pretty... Oh, really now? I bet you don't know what 10 times 0. Yeah, I know. It's 0. It's actually, so shockingly, it's 0. 10 times 0. I think it actually says on my About page on the YouTube channel that I have a master's degree in mathematics somewhere. I think I mentioned it, like, as a little about.
Ah, Caetsu, you've returned. Tell me of your findings. Really? Infested with the undead, you say? That is very, very interesting development. Excuse me for a moment while I gather my thoughts.
And then she just leaves.
Worry not, my friend. I've given your findings some thought, and I've concluded that this talk of spirits is not more than local folklore. As for why all travelers to the travel to the Isles of Umbra is restricted, well, mayhap it's considered too dangerous owing to the abandonment of Sirius. Yes, well, anyway, while you were questioning those yellow jackets, I paid a visit to the local pub, since even an esteemed scholar like myself enjoys dulling her wits on occasion. It was there that I heard tell of a man named Skyfrin, who was recently detained after returning from, wait for it, the Isles of Umbra. This is the first I've heard of someone actually traveling to and from there. So I'm curious as to how he obtained permission.
That's probably why he's detained, Shiana, because he didn't.
Mind having a chat with him in my stead? He was arrested after all, so I'm somewhat reticent to approach him myself.
He's probably not. He probably didn't have permission, you'll probably find. Dear God, he's a genius! 10 times 0 is 0? Who would have thought? Are you a doctor? No, I'm not. I think the closest title would be something like a master, but I feel like that's even excessive. I'm just a person. In my country, actually, it is actually not sufficient to have a PhD to become a doctor either. So even if I had had a PhD, which I don't, then I wouldn't be a doctor. You actually need like something beyond a PhD to be considered a doctor, or you need to be a medical like doctor, actual doctor. Then you would be a doctor. And Kosala says, "Are you a doctor?" Yes, square root of pi will cure your brain tumor. Yes, that'll help. Do we have a doctor on the plane? Yes. Do you need some help with math? I have to go back. She calls to me, sings to me. Tell me, Midora, I'm sorry. Give him this. He was right. Oh, you could release me? Yes, release me. I will go and tell her. Let me go to her. He sounds like a good person. He sounds safe. Why is he in detainment, I wonder? Random level 54s. Are you a licensed psychiatrist? No. Shiana, I've come back with more news. The person I've interrogated is crazy. What did Skyfrin have to say? That's not terribly helpful. I couldn't care less how much he misses his favorite bar wench. But what was that about a man named Mimidoa? Wait, I know that name. That's that bastard who grabbed my ass the other day at the pub. Well, if you want to give him that feather, be my guest. I'm not going anywhere near him and his wandering hands. Wait a minute. And he's a Lalafell. Of course he is. He saw only that bot and nothing else of her. And he's also in the midst of... Excellent. Not an initiate, are you? Oh, then what are you? Speak up, Missy, I can't hear you. Bugger me, is this what I think it is? Nah, couldn't be. You found this, you say? Well, you say you found it? Skyfrin, you say? Was hoping to have a word with the lad, but it sounds like there's not left twixt his ears. He was supposed to help patch up Pharaoh's Sirius, he was. Company sent me to supervise the lots of them. Weren't getting work done on their own, see? Half of them walked off, half of them ran off, and half of them up and vanished. That's 3 halves. I am a mathematician. What's that? You were looking for passage to the Isles of Umbra? Why didn't you say so? I've been thinking of dispatching someone to take a look on behalf of old Mimidoa. Tell him how the land lies. Ain't nobody been interested till you came a-calling. All boards up in arms about spirits and so forth. If I had the gill, I'd hire some sellswords and let him sort it out. But you'll do in a pinch, you will. Show this parchment to the skipper and he'll see you there and back. I wasn't surprised either that he was a Lalafell. And seriously, look what he's doing. We caught him red-handed. And he doesn't even care. Rose says, are you part of the Red Mage or Summoner team in the Balance Discord? I'm not... I'm more part of the people that lurk in the Balance Discord. I focus a lot on describing the information in a understandable way in videos, but I don't actually contribute to the balance in any way. Well, actually, I do believe that I have signed as a summoner somewhere, which means I have access to the summoner specific chat rooms, which I did to get extra information when I was Savage raiding. But I don't really, I generally don't talk much in, big public discords. Not for any particular reason, it's just that I'm too busy doing streams with you guys and making videos and then resting in between. So I don't have that much time to discuss the world's problems in a public Discord, if that makes sense. But I love to learn more about jobs, so I actually have done reading on most jobs in the balance in their data to make sure that I'm not saying something that is incorrect. So you went and had a word with Mimidoa. I hope the valuable time you saw fit to waste amounted to something. You mean that disgusting creature was Skyfrin's superior? I find that hard to believe, but this writ of passage does appear to be genuine, so it must be true. I must say, it is a relief to work with such an industrious woman as you. I look forward to hearing of the discoveries you will make on the Isles of Umbra. Without me. Fine. I fail to see the justification for dragging me along on your journey, but if you insist, I will go as well. But 12 as my witness, if you leave me behind to be devoured by some horrid abomination, I shall come back to haunt you. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Ghost Howler. I ran up to him, saw sort of what he was doing, and then realized exactly what he was doing as I started talking with him, and he turned around. But he was literally standing there doing exactly what we expected him to do. Hey, Fairy Skipper. Ha! Take me to the Isles of Umbra, she bids. As if it's as simple as... Oh, I see you've got a writ of passage. Alright then, climb aboard. A lot of people that are trying to be very funny right up until you show them that you have the right. This doesn't seem all that bad. Why does it feel like I have a weird sheen all over me? And why does it seem the same to you? I'm not saying I'd like to build a summer home here, but oh, the hells with this. Here, take your pot and go on without me. You've harvested corrupted crystals before, right? So it isn't as though you require my assistance. Speak to the man guarding the gate. I'm sure he'll let you in. Now, if you would please excuse me. Gee, that was helpful. AW? Beg your pardon, ma'am, but how did you come here? Access to this island is currently restricted. I have a pot? An old pot? I'm not sure I follow. Oh, I see. You wish to harvest a corrupted crystal. Sorry, friend, but you may have to return empty-handed. The writ Master Mimidoa gave you may grant you access to the island, but only authorized personnel may proceed past this point. Why, you ask? Look up and see for yourself. When that giant mass of crystals struck the lighthouse, it caused severe damage to both the structure and the machinery within that once powered beacon. Aye, contrary to what the small folk would have you believe, the fires of Pharaoh Sirius were not the product of a mage's thaumaturgy or a colossal arcane bomb, but an elaborate contraption fueled by ethereal energy. Repairs are still ongoing, but it's anyone's guess when they'll be complete. What's worse, all work has ceased since rumors of the Walking Dead drove off our entire crew. Not that those rumors are incorrect. I've observed the fiends from a distance at the ship graveyard to the south. What's drawn them to our shores is still a mystery, though. I'll make you a deal, Caetsu. Help me unravel this mystery, and I'll bring you your corrupted crystal. In fact, I shall begin searching for one that satisfies your requirements. As for where to begin your inquiries into the situation, it so happens that a party of 3 adventurers came ashore not long ago, seeking to scavenge valuable trinkets at the ship graveyard. I'd be surprised if they knew nothing of the infestation, so it might behoove you to question them. AR missions take advantage of you. It's great. Yeah, there's quite a lot of... Oh, conveniently, you need something from me? Oh, but I need like 4 things from you, you see. And you have to get that one thing from me, so guess you'll have to do it. They shall there for the taking 5 bleeding years worth of wrecks and their cargoes. But those queer dead things and that verse, actually, the verse was quite nice. You saw them too, right? Dead people, just shambling about, without a care in the world. Except when they do seem to care, that is, and start shuffling towards the water. Yes, that voice, that single fleeting verse, I can still hear it. Stay clear of the southern shore, friend. It took every ounce of my strength to resist. Cool. This talk of an alluring voice is disturbingly familiar, as if... But that's impossible, they're all dead, aren't they? But if they have returned, that would mean... Oh, beg your pardon, I was just thinking about something. Which reminds me, I received word that Master Mimidoa would be arriving any moment. Apparently, he grew frustrated waiting for the sweet young lass with skin as soft as Phoenix Down. Do you mean me or Shiana? It's weird either way. But who? To return, which I'm assuming is you. I wonder what he says if you're a guy. Does anyone know? I don't know what sort of arrangement you had, but you should probably go and explain yourself. Let me actually. I need to know. Do we have this information? That's really funny, so I just need to know. I just need to know. So, for anyone interested, if you're a guy, he instead says, apparently, he grew tired of waiting for the lanky young lad with the 1,000-yalm stare to return. So apparently he insults you just being like just staring into the distance if you're a guy, and if you're a girl, he says that you have soft skin apparently. What's been keeping you in this shit? I ain't getting any younger, you know. Some honey-voiced harlot's been calling out to folk while they're wandering near the ship graveyard. Stirred up the dead and all. Bloody hells. This takes me back to my days as a cannon boy, sailing under old Mistbeard, but they wouldn't dare, would they? Not after the lesson we learned him last time. Bah, they bloody would, though, wouldn't they? Brazen old biddies. Some folks said that the first purge would be the last, but I knew deep down in my bones that this day would come, and come it has, aye. I'd bet me bum ear sirens behind all this. Your bum ear? Nay, not one of the sanguine variety, initiate. I speak of the other kind. Them what's got feathers and lure sailors to a watery grave with their sweet, sweet song. Oh, but it don't end there. No, drowning's just the start, see? Even in death, a man stays bound to the beast, forced to do her bidding till his corpse can't do it no more. 'Tis a fate I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy, except maybe in drink, and I'd regret it after. Anyhow, 'tis up to us to stop this hellspawn hussy afore she takes another soul. Course, we can't send you marching off to war without these. The siren don't have no power or a man that can't hear his song. 'Tis lucky for you I carry a spare pair, and lucky for the both of us I'm a superstitious old sod, eh? Well, she ain't coming to us, so we'd best head over to her, to the ship graveyard, Nishit. Onward. Onward, my tiny stag. With even tinier legs. And now we're only 11 levels ahead of the main quest. Although, what's likely gonna happen is we're gonna do this quest, level up, and then be 12 levels ahead again. Hello. If she passes near the shore, she's sure to spy the campfire and come looking. Just a matter of waiting now. Boss fight? Level 46. Slowly but surely we're getting allowed to use all of our actions. I'm beginning to wonder if some sly bugger ain't spun us a yarn here. This reminds me of the Hawk Manor music. Quiet! Did you hear that? 'Tis her! Look! Out of the water! She's come, Nishit! She's come! There she is, indeed. She looks nice. Quick, lass! Shove them plucks in your ears and get ready for a fight. Soon as she realizes you're deaf to her ditties, she'll call on her thralls, and we'll be up to our necks in corpses before you know it. I didn't put in my earplugs. Hither embrace, mine everything all. Oops.
True love spurned, her cruelty's reward.
Do you have more ads? You do. Awesome. I love fighting ads. Oh, she casts heals. That's annoying. Do you have more ads?
Please, sir, can I have some more? Spare mournful mistress distress. Why?
I don't know. Do you have more?
Melody, last breath of death, the rhythm. Dost thou not to relent, regret, forever alone?
F. I'm guessing what we're hearing is like singular words out of a song that she's actually singing that makes way more sense.
My love, a river, one look, soul shiver.
No. She's attacking me personally. Yeah, forever alone. Wait, hey, wait a minute. She's just spamming out these orbs. It's really annoying.
No more dark eclipse, the heart.
Yeah, leave. Hey, Mimidor.
Hey, am I alright? I'm better than that, Nishit. Happy as a sailor in a whorehouse, I am. Was happy as a sailor with two what's-its if we'd got at the songstress. But you can't have everything, can you? She'll not come crooning round here again, though. Not for a while, any road. And if she does, well, we know what to do, don't we? Thanks for the help, bugger me. I clean forgot your name. Remind me. Kaitsu. Don't recall having known Nishit by that name, but if you're not me old mate, was name? Why have you been so bloody helpful? Never mind. Be seeing you, lassie.
Oops. Oopsie. Oh, you don't have a niche like that? Well, incidentally, I don't have a boss named Mimidoa. But thanks for the compliment. Hey, David.
You mean it was a siren? But how were you able to resist her song? I see. I had heard that Master Mimidor was involved in the first purge, but I never actually... Having survived an ordeal like that, I can't blame him for carrying earplugs around with him. Anyway, I have something for you. The corrupted crystal you wanted. Safely sealed within the pot, just as you requested. Please take it with my compliments.
Thank you. And Gianna's already back in Aleport. Sure, lots of help she was, eh? Gianna.
Oh, it's you. Welcome back, Kaitsu. You're looking remarkably hale, I must say, and more importantly, alive. You are alive, aren't you? Aha! The conquering hero returns bearing a gift. Might I have a closer look? Impressive. Very impressive indeed. Yes, I think you'll be quite pleased with this specimen. Congratulations, Kaitsu. Seldom, if ever, have I encountered a corrupted crystal composed of such a volatile abundance of fire-aspected ether. What? You wanted a corrupted crystal composed of ice-aspected ether to counteract the effects of a raging wind? Well, this specimen won't help you there. Anyone who knows anything about the elements could tell you that. You'll just have to keep looking, I suppose. Welcome back, Lunar Whale. How much longer am I gonna stream? About an hour and 15 minutes is the time when I normally stop. So at least an hour and 15 minutes. And hopefully we will be able to see Garuda tonight. But given all these roundabout paths, maybe we won't find, in fact, an ice-aspected corrupted crystal in the next hour. So far we found wind and fire. Next, I guess we'll find Earth. And not ice. Wind mummy. Don't fret now. I know exactly where to find a corrupted crystal comprised of ice-aspected ether. An associate of mine in Gridania has been studying the effect of one such crystal on living beings. Eh? What's with that expression? I thought you would be pleased to hear this news. This is not another wild dodo chase, I assure you. And what's even better is that this time you needn't use that warded pot of yours to protect yourself from this crystal's energies. Hayden's fighting suggests that it is quite safe. Why, you ask? Well, let's just say that it has undergone a unique process that has rendered such precautions unnecessary. Anyway, do not let me keep you. It has been a pleasure, Kaitsu. Come back and see me sometime, alright? In before, this ice-aspected ether crystal has undergone a oops. Use return as Rallo. I believe it's Rallo or Pokeshack that said that. I think it might have been Pokeshack. Use return. Our return is to Gridania. But yeah, in before this ice-aspected ether corrupted crystal is useless because of this procedure it has undergone. And I just remembered that we do in fact have enough company seals, I'm pretty sure, that we can rank up. So let's do that. What is this quest unlocking? Oh, that's the Exile. The Exile Beast tribe. Right. Hello. Apply for promotion. Your present rank is Serpent Private 3rd class. In order to be promoted to Serpent Private 2nd class, you must fulfill the following requirements. Have 2,000 seals. In the sight of the elementals, I hereby confer upon you the rank of Serpent Private 2nd class and all rights and privileges associated with the title. Go forth and do that which brings peace to the 12th root and honor to our name. How much does the next promotion cost? 3,000. Excellent. We got a little bit extra company seals from doing some hunts. That's why we suddenly had them. The big problem is that for us to get very much ventures to send Miss CC on more ventures, we're going to need a lot of seals because we need to have excess company seals, and that's not really a thing that's going to happen anytime soon. Hedon, Hedon, Hedon. Hello, Hedon. Hello. Greetings and salutations, Miss Chaiji, I presume. Sienna informed me of your adventures in Aleport. Terribly sorry about the misunderstanding, though, as Professor Lambertaint is fond of saying, no action in the name of science is ever truly wasteful. To the matter at hand, corrupted crystals possessing the properties you seek could be found in abundance at the standing courses following the calamity. Alas, that is no longer the case, and while there is at least one suitable crystal that remains to be found within the 12th, precisely where it is at any given moment is more difficult to say.
What? Does it move?
Permit me to explain. You're familiar with Spriggans, yes?
Oh no.
The furry little rascals that are wont to seek out ores and other stones? Well, one such creature with an infamously insatiable appetite has single-handedly devoured every corrupted crystal in the 12th. Fortunately for you, these crystals take an eternity to digest, assuming they can even be digested, and I'm reasonably confident that one still resides within his gut. It's quite fascinating, really. My theory is that this Giggity first consumed the corrupted crystal when...
You couldn't care less about all this, could you? I actually wanted to know. Were you guys not curious as well? I was actually very fascinated. Tell me, please, Hedon. Come on. I want a dialogue option where I can say, actually tell me.
To the point, then. Giggity seldom makes his presence felt unless there is a particularly fine fodder to be had. Therefore, we shall require a lure, and I'm precisely the sort he will find impossible to resist. Lowell says, so is it as easy as queuing up for Palace of the Dead? Is it gonna matchmake me? When you walk up to the NPC to start Palace of the Dead, you will be offered to choose between a fixed or a matched party. If you choose the fixed party, you will go in alone if you are alone. Like, you will actually only bring your current party. If you choose the matched party, it will matchmake you with a party. Keep in mind that you do 10 floors at a time, so you have a save file, you could say. If you start a file with a matched party, then that save file is a matched party version. While if you start with a fixed party, it's a fixed party version, and you cannot switch it mid-run. My Palace of the Dead guide, I think, should outline some of the main differences at the very early parts of the guide if you want all the specifics. But generally speaking, you should be fine to learn about how Palace of the Dead works and what it is by doing matched up to the first 50 floors or so. That around floor 50 or so, I do believe it's when you complete for floor 50, you will unlock the checkpoint where you will be allowed to start at floor 50. And Lowell, if you intend to use Palace of the Dead as a leveling method, that is mainly done by using the matchmaking feature, starting at floor 51 and doing up to floor 60, and then deleting the save file and doing floor 51 to 60, and just repeatedly doing that. I think my guide explains a lot better exactly why that is, but it's something to do with the fact that people will not really queue past floor 60. They will do that with a fixed party. So your queue will be really, really long if you try to go further. Yeah, your goal should be at least floor 50, and then when you reach floor 50, you should be able to unlock starting on floor 51. And if you want to level using Palace of the Dead, start at floor 51 with matched parties and just do those 10 floors. Rinse, repeat until you're bored. And speaking from personal experience, you will probably get bored. It's much more fun to do Palace of the Dead with a fixed group. And Dr. Wario says, what's the most fun melee DPS job? That's really subjective, but I think that's really hard to say. At first I was gonna say I think it's Reaper to me, but I actually like Samurai and Ninja as well, so that's really hard to say. I think if I was, let's say if I was in a Savage Raid team and I had to go melee DPS, and I had to choose one to main, then I think that I would probably go for Reaper, or secondarily I might go for Samurai, I think. If it was not a Savage Raid situation, so it was just
you're now a melee DPS. For some unexplainable reason, you can only play melee DPS now. Which one are you gonna play? I think I would play... I think actually I would play Ninja then, because I feel like their opportunity to like choose different options is wider than Samurai and Reaper. Like they can adapt more, and so they can get away with more things. And I think it would be more interesting if we were playing just one job. But as Lunar Whale says, depends on what you're after. Do you like pressing buttons, having burst windows, or constant DPS output? Do you like a specific game plan? Reaper has very limited OGCDs, for instance, so they have a lot of focus on making the most of each GCD. Meanwhile, Monk has such a fast attack speed that like mistakes are less critical, but it also goes so fast that it can be very stressful. There's a lot to think about, and it's very subjective. But I do think that if I might play Reaper more than other melee DPS, but honestly, in my day-to-day, I don't play very much melee DPS. When I play DPS, I typically play Mage, and I don't play DPS that much, mainly because tanks and healers tend to have faster queues. Simply place this true heart. I shall save the story of the origin of this unusual name for another occasion, outside of this brigand's lair, and wait for the opportune moment to pounce. As for the method by which to retrieve the crystal from his god, I shall leave that to your discretion. I mean discretion. Discretion, I mean discretion, not dissection. It could be dissection, but that's your problem. That's up to your discretion. Right. We have to just go down this way. But yeah, given as I'm not like a melee DPS main, it would be way harder for me to say which melee DPS I would like think is quote unquote the best. But if you had asked which mage is the best or most fun to play, I would also have been like, well, I really enjoy playing Black Mage, but mostly outside of boss encounters because it's really difficult, but I do enjoy it. And Summoner and Red Mage are helpful in each their own ways, so if you said I had to choose one, I would probably choose Summoner, but that's mainly based on the fact that I recently had to choose one, and I ultimately did choose Summoner, so I can speak from experience in that front. If I had to choose one mage, I would play Summoner, because, well, I did play Summoner when I was put in that position. Are you asking for, like, are you asking because you want some inspiration, Dr. Wario, or is it just, like, you're curious what I think? Because if you're asking because you want some inspiration for what you should play, then we could talk about that. Like, what do you like to play, for instance? But if it's just out of curiosity, that's also totally fine. That's a big spriggan. He's a heckin' chonker. Just out of curiosity, alright. But I think part of the reason why I might be a little bit biased towards Reaper as a melee DPS is probably partly the same reason that I'm a little bit biased towards like Warrior, Sage, Summoner, is because in my opinion it's a very easy job to play. Like, it's very easy to learn and get into, and I very much like those kinds of jobs. And tend to prefer those over much more complex ones. That's mainly because I like to play a lot of different roles, so choosing jobs that match those roles, that don't take as much effort to stay like sharp with, is very helpful to me. Like keeping, like making sure you're always able anytime to perfectly execute the the gunbreaker opener, for instance, is or gunbreaker rotation is much harder than staying sharp at doing the entirety of the warrior rotation, because it's a relatively simple priority system. Ah! Pray do not sneak up on me like that. I was engrossed in... Wait, what is that? What is that god's awful smell? My word, that is a breathtakingly beautiful crystal. I see my supposition was not mistaken. And I also see you weren't averse to digging through Spriggan entrails for your prize. I told you, dissection. We owe our furry friends a debt of gratitude, you know. This thick coating of digestive juices is protecting us from the harmful effects of the crystal, just as the watered pot you once used did. Why so glum, friend? You finally obtained the corrupted crystal you sought, one overflowing with earth-aspected ether. Calm down, I jest. It is comprised of ice-aspected ether, worry not. I suppose that joke was in poor taste, considering your previous 2 attempts were for naught. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. Beg your pardon, Caetsu, I forgot to return your crystal to you. Oh, and there was a message for you from Professor Lambertaint. Something about a man named Marquise. Apparently, Professor misses the intellectual simulation. Forgive me, I should have written it down. It occurs to me that I have yet to ask why you needed that crystal. You aren't planning anything nefarious, are you? It would reflect poorly on me and my research if it was used for evil ends. Well, perhaps it's best I remain ignorant. I didn't become the professor's greatest pupil by filling my head with unnecessary information. Yes, you are all his greatest pupil. That's totally what's happening. Better late than never. What's this kind of quest? Hello? That's not it? Oh, okay. That was the main quest that I was accidentally distracting myself with. Greetings, ma'am. Do you wish to proceed to your vessel? No. Hey, Albino. Why do you tarry, Caetsu? Our work is not yet finished. We must press onward until the Harpy Queen lies broken at our feet. All repairs and modifications have been completed, Caetsu. Once you bring me that crystal, nothing will stand between us and Garuda. I have the corrupted crystal. I'll need to run some tests to be sure, but this looks to be exactly what we need. With gastric juices included. Worry not, Caetsu. I'll see that your hard work doesn't go to waste. That's good. The Enterprise is already more than a common airship, but mark my words, soon it will become something greater, something extraordinary. This is me. This is what I was born to do. Dr. Wario says, need level 70 to unlock Reaper. Wait, you're... Oh, I don't know how far you're in the story. I don't think I ever asked. But yeah, that is a major hindrance. It's like, if you asked for an easy job to learn to play each role, I would be like, oh yeah, mage, play summoner, tank, play warrior. Healer? Conjurer, I guess. Play White Mage, even though I would prefer to play Sage myself. Melee DPS? Oh, you should play... Reaper. Not? You're level 57 Bard. Oh, I see. Yeah, then there's a better way. If you want to try a melee DPS, I would say go for Samurai then. Like, that one is actually really fun too, and with the unfortunate removal of Kaiten, fortunately, Samurai is a lot more easy to approach. Like, it's not that difficult to start on. The main reason that I would prefer Reaper over Samurai is more related to the difficulty I find in optimizing its level 90 rotation. According to my tests, the device is now functioning in perfect harmony with the crystal, meaning we can leave whenever you're ready. But you must understand, tests can only tell one so much. Until we approach the Howling Eye, until we attempt to breach the barrier itself, I cannot be sure that this will work. I think it only fair to tell you that there is a small but statistically significant chance that the crystal could trigger a massive... Mayhap it is better that we remain positive. Kaetsu, I want to thank you for reuniting me with my ship, for trusting in me to develop this plan, for everything. You've helped me to rediscover a part of myself I'd forgotten. I'm not the man I once was, and I do not know if I ever shall be, but I do know, I do know one thing. This feels right. My apologies for the sudden outpouring of sentiment. I would have waited until after the mission, but, well, you understand.
There. She's ready.
Ah, she stirs.
I can't reach your hand.
To Kurthus, and an audience with the Harpy Queen Garuda. Enterprise, engage.
I feel like Sid should have been the one to say that, but okay. You're not needing your goggles now that you're in the air? Oh. Oh, right. It has the Gallian third eye thing.
I once flew in this airship, and I was not alone. There were adventurers on board. Adventurers like you.
What? That was a weird one.
Just how long have I worn these damn goggles? Ah, yes, I fancied myself a trendsetter in my younger days. The young prodigy, admired by all, exactly like his father. born and raised in Garlemald. It was only natural that the precocious young student should become an engineer. Had his father not done the same? Father, when did we stop seeing eye to eye? When did Meteor become your everything, and your loved ones cease to matter? You abandoned us all. But he was there for me, Father. There for me when you were not. Though he proved no better in the end. Gaius was just another man, with an all-consuming obsession. And so I ran, left the Empire behind and came to Eorzea, where I built the ironworks. Ah yes, it was then that I first donned these goggles. Eorzea opened my eyes. It was home to so many manner of people, each with their own hopes and dreams. People worth saving, and so I fought beside them. I wanted to prove that my knowledge could serve a nobler purpose. I wanted to prove that there was another way. And it all began that day when I found my new home. I had forgotten how wonderful it was. The wind in your hair, the endless sky. That light. It was you, wasn't it?
Whoops. So, in your opener, Lowell, I would suggest using Riddle of Earth immediately after Twin Snakes. But that of course assumes that you're, doing Twin Snakes, Demolish, Boot Shine, and then Perfect Balance. So basically, Riddle of Fire should come out like very shortly before you go into your Perfect Balance. The idea is that you want Riddle of Fire to cover your entire Perfect Balance. The main thing is that you really want to make sure that your Masterful Blitzes are affected by Riddle of Fire if you can. I think I cover that in my monk guides, mainly, of course, only in the high level one. But I do believe that I place Riddle of Fire where it needs to be in each of the openers that will appear as you level up. But generally, as you say yourself, do it for the perfect balance window. My suggestion would be weave it like at 1 GCD before, like just before you go into the window. I can't remember if Riddle of Fire or Brotherhood has a shorter duration, but you want to make sure that the one with the shorter duration goes second. So like you do something to the effect of a GCD, and then you late weave Riddle of Fire, which is going to feel a little weird because Monk's GCD is very short, so you have to get the timing a little different. And then you do another GCD where you do Brotherhood and Perfect Balance. Either order you like. I don't think it matters that much, but like if you want to be really, really pedantic, then maybe I think Brotherhood late weave is better. But people tend to recommend using raid buff cooldowns the instant you can use them. So don't wait. Don't wait to late weave it. Early weave it if you can, because it's a raid cooldown. It's not just for yourself. Does that answer your question, Lowell? Does that make sense? Otherwise, I'll try to explain it better.
It's surprising how few people know this, but all pureblood Garleans have a third eye. Perhaps mine helped me recognize you, or perhaps it was just a lucky guess.
Awesome, Lowell.
Enterprise was made for this, to carry Eorzea's protectors into battle. I am proud to be able to call her my own.
I'm glad that that I could help you, but it does sound like your intuition was on point already, as you said yourself during perfect balance window, I assume. But one thing is knowing intuitively what you're supposed to do. Another thing is understanding exactly what you can do and maybe, you know, where it fits with other things. But sometimes it's also a matter of why. And in this case, the reason why you want to weave it shortly before perfect balance is more because I believe the duration of Riddle of Fire lasts long enough that you can easily fill 2 perfect balance windows completely in it, plus a few extra GCDs. So if you make sure that the GCDs that lead into the perfect balance window are quote-unquote good GCDs that you would want Riddle of Fire to cover, then there's no reason to not use it early. As long as the Riddle of Fire will be able to also hit the final Masterful Blitz you're going to do. Like if you're going to do 2 perfect balances in quick succession, you want to make sure Riddle of Fire covers the second Masterful Blitz. If you're only doing 1, then you want to make sure that Riddle of Fire covers that 1 Masterful Blitz. And I'm saying 1 or 2 doesn't really matter. You could even say, oh, but the rotation I'm following wouldn't ever be in that situation, but it's more like, in a dungeon, things happen. Your cooldowns will get displaced in some way, guaranteed. It's not the same as a raid, so it helps a lot to know the reason why you use buttons the way that you do. Because then you can much more easily weave it into your current situation. And deal with it on the fly. Openers only take you so far.
Sid? What exactly do you remember?
Alphinaud, my boy. Sorry to have been such a burden. I remember everything. My name, my people, and my purpose. Everything. Come, it would be rude to keep Garuda waiting.
All our efforts, all our travails, all of it was for this. Make ready, Caetsu, for the end is nigh, be it hers or our own. Ooh, Ghost Howler's getting ranked 10 Island Sanctuary. I don't have any fireworks or anything, but congratulations. Because I guess I'll have to say it ahead of time to have any chance of saying it in time. And you can fly! So, here's a tip, Ghost Howler. There's actually a bunch of places you can now reach that you couldn't reach before, but you remember that huge mountain in the middle of the island? You should fly to the top of it. The view from there is awesome. Going straight to the mountain. Awesome. Meanwhile, I will go straight into the Howling Eye. With a... Okay, not straight into the Howling Eye. I will eventually go into the Howling Eye. Yeah, it's very nice. We found another Lalafell, who's also queuing for Howling Eye. Darn it. I was really hoping I could get him to party up with me, but I didn't get him in time. I thought I was gonna be smart about it, but I was too polite about it. Is it? What is it, Caetsu? Don't tell me you're having second thoughts at a time like this, or do you truly wish to return to Britannia? No, I don't have to do that. Hey, Albino. Beyond those gates awaits our foe. Are you prepared to meet with her? Yeah, that's what I should have said, Lowell. Hey, you, tank! And just send him a party invite. Hey, you're a tank! Queue with me. That's what I should have said. No, it's fine. It's fine. We can wait a few minutes. We have, like... I started this stream thinking, oh, we'll probably get to Garuda pretty quick, completely forgetting the part where our current main quest was at like level 36 when we started. And Garuda is like 40 something was all that I remembered. Like mid 40s. But here, near the tail end of the stream, we reach Garuda. We can wait a few minutes. It's just a shame we couldn't bring that warrior Lalafell. That would have been funnier. Let's go. What was it? Get it, right, guys? Skid it. What? I think I found a bug, guys. It's either a tooltip error or it's an actual bug. So, pretty sure that jump and spine shatter dive had lower potencies when we unlocked them, because a level 54 trait says that jump gets boosted to 320 and spine shatter dive to 250. Keep in mind, this trait is unlocked by a quest, so I don't have it. Even though I'm level 54, I don't have this trait, so this should not be the case. However, my jump does in fact do 320 potency, and my spine shatter dive does 250. So what reason would I have to do the quest that gives me Blood of the Dragon? I already have it. Apparently I already have it. Anyway, Garuda time. Garuda time. Cheating.
Who dares intrude upon my sanctuary? Your insolence shall not go unpunished, landwalkers!
12 preserve. She's huge. As I live and breathe. Over there, look. Oh. They just have captives of other races. Amalja and coupled prisoners, but why would the Exile bring them here? Well, she laughed for me.
Wherefore come you hither, foolish mortals?
Garuda, we have come to put an end to your reign of terror.
Hear you this blasphemy, my children? These landwalkers would bring me low. You who are bound to crawl upon the earth shall revere me, for I am the wind.
Did we not take to the skies and slip your defenses? We are bound by nothing, Garuda.
You think your playthings give you strength? They will not help you here, Landwalker. This is my realm, where none can challenge my supremacy. Struggle though you may, I shall slake the roots with your blood, and festoon the canopy with your entrails. Slay the unfeathered ones we shall. As an offering to Garuda, they will serve.
Thank you, Lunar Whale. Leave the Exile to us, Kaetsu. We will keep them distracted while you deal with her. We will keep them distracted with our unarmedness. Do not fail, Kaetsu. Remember, you fight for the Scions, for Eorzea.
This worm would die by my own hand. Come then, I shall grant you that which you seek.
Feathers? That music timing is incredibly good when you actually see the cutscene. Wow, that was great timing. Kill the ads! Just to be on the safe side. I can't remember if they matter at all. Uh-oh. Ah! So much time where you can't attack her. It's really annoying. Like, on the good side...
No! 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 No!
On the good side, it means that I had more opportunities to just jump and stuff. What? How in the hills?
This is my realm! You have no hope here! None! None! Did you truly believe you could defy a god, Landwalkers?
Sort of. We did it before.
My power is limitless, my children legion, and they have rendered unto me a wealth of crystals. Their gifts sustain me, their faith empowers me. None save my children will escape the reckoning, mortals, and those who would use my crystals to waken the rest shall realize the folly of their faith. Then all shall worship none but me, the one true God.
Who happens to be the god of wind? Only? Of course, worship. So long as the Exile keep praying, she will never fall. Then let's stop them. I thought you said you would distract them, guys. You said that you were doing specifically that, and you didn't. She's having a little bit of a interesting situation here.
No harm will come to you, my children. This is only the beginning, Landwalkers. All who oppose me shall suffer for their defiance. Soon the worms of the forest shall receive my judgment. The desert vermin next. Their walls of stone will not shield them from the tempest. And then will I take vengeance on the sea lice. Their wooden boats cannot outrun the wind. Tremble, mortals, for I shall visit you all in time, and all shall be mine. All mine! You, Landwalker, you who dared to raise your hand against me, you shall be the first to pay for your sins, not with your death, but with your life. You will serve me, Landwalker, to your last breath.
Except it doesn't work.
No, no, I claimed you. You should be mine.
Someone had dips. Sorry. She just got denied real hard. We should have just led with that, just taunted her to try and claim me. Would have been way easier. The green candy! I'm sure it tastes like sour apple or something like that. That sounds actually really nice.
What? What are you? What have you done to me? No mortal should possess such power. This is impossible.
Sorry, mate. Thank you, Lowell. I try my best to get the voice acting right, but I don't know how good it is. It is actually really hard to both put on a voice like that and then also not crack my voice completely in two. As long as it feels fitting and not just really annoying. If it sounds evil, then that's perfect. But I'm really happy that you guys sound positive about it at the very least. Ghost Howler's gonna have nightmares about Lalafels. Don't worry. Smol Kai sounds way cuter than that. She sounds like this. I think, Ghost Howler, that my voice is like kind of high by default, which probably is very helpful for doing that. I can't put on a very deep voice without it sounding like I'm trying to be funny, I think.
Why do you not tremble at my might? Why do you not beg for mercy? Why do you not die?
Why was she not voice acted in the actual boss fight cutscene?
We've done it.
Impossible it is.
Kill you all. Is that all?
Oh no.
O Lady of the Vortex, O mighty Garuda. Of all primals, the most terrible, I say again, is that all?
Gaius!
Ah, Sid, my boy, you look well. For one who has forsaken kin and country, I wonder what else you will forsake before the day is done.
What?
What exactly did you hope to accomplish here this day? Well, I shall accomplish far more.
I want one of those.
Is that all? Is that all? Insolent mortal! I shall make you suffer! That foul stench! I see now. She has touched you! Very well.
7 hells, does she still mean to fight?
Our Lord of the Inferno Almighty brought us succor in our hour of need.
Save us, Titan, Lord of Crags! It hurts us so! The pain! The pain!
What is she? 12 preserve. She cannot mean to...
She's literally torturing them into summoning their primals.
No, this is all wrong.
Stop gawping, boy. We must run.
Surrender yourselves unto me. I would feast upon your ether. None shall stand against the wind.
Bear witness to the glory of the Empire!
Who's controlling it? Doesn't it need a pilot?
It is you who will suffer, Garuda. Ancient Alec had ways of dealing with your kind. Now, look on their ultimate weapon, Icon, and despair.
No! No! No!
That's kinda gruesome.
Magnificent. It exceeds all expectation.
Our weapons is a past Metal Gear.
With each primal it consumes, it grows more powerful. A marvel, is it not?
is the fate of those who oppose the Empire. There will be no warriors of light to save you this time. If your leaders are as wise as they are reported, they will surrender. Your skills are impressive, but they will not be enough.
Have mercy. What chance have we against such an ungodly creation?
Actually, it's not ungodly, it's 3 godly.
And who was that armored devil?
That was Gaius van Balsar, legatus of the 14th Imperial Legion and Supreme Commander of the Garlean invasion force in Eorzea.
Of course, the Black Wolf. How could I not realize? Grandfather mentions him in his journal.
I was never so naive as to think the man would abandon his ambitions. But these developments are beyond my worst expectations. What have you been doing these past 5 years? How could something of this magnitude have escaped the Alliance's attention?
We heard no whispers, saw no signs. In the wake of the calamity, the Empire seized land and built outposts, but that was the extent of their aggression.
Damn it, Gaius! Where in the 7 hells did you find that thing?
It has been a day of unexpected developments, but the fact remains, Garuda is no longer a threat. While I take no comfort in the manner of her downfall, it does mean that we may safely put the matter of the primals to one side, for the time being at least.
Which just leaves the matter of Gaius's new toy.
Indeed. That weapon poses the greatest threat to Eorzea. It must be destroyed. But first, we must needs find out all we can. Let us make for Vesper Bay. We shall rebuild the Scions. All is not yet lost, my friend, for we bear the light, and shall surely lead our people from the darkness.
Excellent. Ghost Dollar says, I'm tempted to replay Final Fantasy in Japanese dub, since their dubs always seem to be superior. Actually, I read a post once by a Japanese player that said that they felt that the story, like the story as a whole, felt like, from their perspective, that it was an English story translated to Japanese. Which sounds a little weird when we know for a fact that it is probably a Japanese story translated to English. So what they mean by that is probably that it sounds more like a Western story, which it's not by any stretch of the imagination. This is very anime. But what it could mean is that the way things are explained, how things are said, sounds like a translation of something that is normally in English. One possibility is that if you like to watch anime, or if you like to watch anime with Japanese dub and English subtitles, there's probably a similar reason here, because often the reason why you may feel like the English dub of anime can feel a little jarring sometimes is because the way anime tends to be told is very wild in the way that they express themselves, because it is a common way of Japanese theatrics. So they do, like the way you might see it is that you see it in English and you feel like no one talks like that. But if you were a Japanese person watching an anime in Japanese, you would also say no one talks like that. But the difference is that in Japan, talking like that in a story or a play is normal, while talking quote unquote like that in an English story is weird. Which is why you might feel like English anime dubs feel a little strange sometimes in the way they say things. I'm not saying that means that's good or bad. I have watched anime in Danish. That's not bad either. It depends on context. But that might be the reason why you might be compelled to believe that the Japanese dub is superior in a way. It's also possible that it is superior in a way. And Luwell says, heads up, the script is different in Japanese compared to English. You're getting kind of a different story when using Japanese voiceover, but the subtitles is English. The global and Japanese version of Final Fantasy XIV have different story scripts. What I know is that I've seen... I saw this clip of something that happens in the Asim step, specifically, just as a random cutscene. A voiced cutscene in the Asim steps. And we see what they say in each language, so every version, every translation. And what you find is that what they say is sort of the same, but some things are significantly different, like the way things are worded, or maybe something that is a joke in one language turns into an actual insult in another language. Like one is making an insulting joke, the other one is literally saying something that is just mean. And things like that. But the reason why scripts need to be significantly different based on what language you're playing is because if you have a good translation team, they will also realize that if you translate something directly from the language you're working with to the language you're like moving towards, there will be some things that just don't make sense. Like some words, yes, you have perfectly translated from Japanese to English, but in English it would have made better sense if you had said it in a different way. Just to put a little vague comparison, English and Danish are shockingly similar in a lot of ways, but a lot of sentences you can say in English, if you directly translate them to Danish, it sounds wrong. It doesn't carry the same weight. Like phrases that mean something very specific in English, or phrases like individual words that have a specific significance, have a different significance compared to the direct translation to Danish or Japanese. So you would choose a different word, or you would do something different. So it makes perfect sense that the script would be changed significantly for every translation. See, and Ghostwriter says, yeah, it's very obvious when something is just copy-paste translated. And the world says, I tried the Japanese voiceover and I can't get over the fact the subtitles are super short compared to the length of the Japanese voiceover. Well, that's another thing, is that some languages can say the same thing as another in much shorter phrases. That's another thing you may notice in anime sometimes. In an English dub, that sometimes a character may say something that isn't quite accurate, but that's because the original the character takes 1 second to say this thing, but to say it in English takes 4 seconds. so you have to cut it short and say something inaccurate. Or in the other direction, maybe the original takes 5 or 6 or 7 seconds and the particular part is a little time sensitive, so you can't, you know, just cut it short and cut something a little longer. So now they have to find something to say in those 7 seconds, even though what they needed to say takes 2 seconds. So there's a lot with like voiceover in stories, and this also applies here. Fortunately, because most voice lines in Final Fantasy XIV are delivered in a way where you can click when you're ready for the next line to play, they can technically write as long a sentence as they feel like writing for any language. And it'll make sense because there's a reason, like there's a quote-unquote realistic pause there for you to take it in. Ghost Hollow says, yesterday I discovered Yustola's Japanese voice actor, Ai Kayano, which you're a fan of in anime. I see. Alvino? Well, that was an experience I would rather not have again. I have some bad news for you, Alvino. This is gonna be happening more. Something has been troubling me, Kaetsu. Shortly before the Black Wolf took center stage, when Garuda attempted to claim you as her own, I could have sworn I saw... but I'm sure I was mistaken. In times of great stress, the evidence of the eye is apt to be misread by even the most inquiring mind. Forget I mentioned it. Returning to the subject of our earliest discussion, we may consider the matter of the primals closed until further notice. No beast tribe will dare summon their gods so long as that weapon exists. Truly, a more effective deterrent I could not imagine. It almost seems a shame to plot its destruction. Well, Ghost Hollow, you could try the Japanese dub. If you're very, very glad and enjoy the English dub, then it might feel a little strange at first. I don't know. The worst that can happen is that you don't like it. You could also, Ghost Hollow, another thing you could do is you could change your game to be Japanese dub, and then go in the inn, and then rewatch cutscenes, like voiced cutscenes, and experience them. And then when you're done, you can choose whether you'd like to stick with the Japanese dub or go back to English dub for when more main quest is about to be done, right? It is past time that we return to the Waking Sands. To leave our headquarters in disrepair any longer would be to dishonor the memory of those who fell there. We have been brought to our knees, but we will rest, rebuild, and rise once more. Back to the... Oh no, we don't have to do that. I still have more tickets. There we are. Guys, are you serious? Are you for real? You're standing right here and ignoring this. How? Why? Why are you like this? Tell me, Kaetsu, does odd here strike you as odd? I see signs of recent habitation. Could it be that we have trespassers? Maybe it's just my imagination. Come, let us proceed into the solar. Wait. The English voice actor for Ishtola is pretty good nonetheless. The voice actor matches really well. Yeah, exactly. Who goes there? Now, Ida. Is that any way to greet a friend? Alphino, Kaetsu. Sid! Wait, is this a dream? Not that I'm aware of. It's been a while, Ida.
I don't believe it. I was sure you'd been...
This place has seen better days.
You know, I wasn't actually here when... I was still in talks at the Adder's Nest. The first I knew about it was when I came back and I saw...
Ida.
The church had taken care of the bodies, but that still left the stains. It was hard to know where to start if Stola hadn't been here to help me.
Stola is here too?
Yes, but she's not here right now. She's gone to Uldar to meet a man who might know what happened to the others. Papalimo and Menphilia weren't among the dead, according to the church. Stola thinks they were taken somewhere.
Upon the orders of the Black Wolf, no doubt. Why would he want them? Because they possess something he desires, knowledge of another power that can be brought to bear against the primals, one that Gaius has yet to harness. The Echo. It is pretty cool to like go into a boss fight and then you get like a 20% stat increase. We'll say that helps it pretty well with hunting primals.
Gaius will be aware of its existence, as well as the immunity it grants the gifted to the primal's influence. Powerful though his elegant weapon may be, he would doubtless desire such protection. He means to use Menphilia to gain an understanding of the Echo. None of which explains how the Empire came to know the location of the Waking Sands in the first place. No matter, the Empire has shown its hand, and now we must act. It is up to us to rebuild the Scions and save Eorzea.
Alright, Ghost Howler. Thank you for coming. I think we're also rounding off in a little bit. Good night, and see you really soon.
Can I count on you, Ida? What? Oh, yes, yes, of course. Whatever you need. We can discuss our next move upon Ishtola's return. For now, I say we rest.
I say I take a picture. We're starting to reach the point where I am gonna need some pictures for a thumbnail.
Hear, feel, think.
We're in the blackness now. Think, feel.
Bringer of light, brave gatherer of the crystals, thy soul burneth bright. I am Hydaelyn, all made one. Hearken unto me now. For the darkness doth begin to spread. Wear thee the bearer of the crimson brand, for he is the avatar of shadow, whom death attendeth always. The crystals shall be thy salvation, thy blade and shield both. Steel thyself, for at the appointed hour thou shalt stare into the heart of darkness. Go with caution, my child, but fear not, for I am ever with thee.
Yes, as I said, Luel, I'm taking a lot of screenshots because I'm looking for something that would kinda fitting for the next stream's thumbnail, and I'm not getting a lot of help here because there's so much light in that cutscene just now that doesn't work well for a for a thumbnail. I don't think you won't be able to read anything on the thumbnail. Ishtola! Kaitsu, I see you and Alphino are safe, and that's it. That we five should meet each other thus defies simple explanation. It is as if the benevolent hand of Master Louisoix guides us still. He would not see us undone so easily, not now, when the need is so great. I know where Minfilia and the others are being held. Where? An imperial stronghold in the heart of Mardona, Castrum Sentry. Oh no. That, finally, I think we got the one. that was a really good face. That might be the thumbnail. You are the Warrior of Light after all. Yeah, it would be kind of weird if we were the Warrior of Darkness, wouldn't it? The rescue of our allies will be no small undertaking, Kaitsu. Even under normal circumstances, breaching the defenses of an Imperial castrum would be a highly dangerous proposition. But now that Castrum Sentry houses prisoners whom the Guardians deem valuable, we may be confident that they have taken additional measures to ensure the stronghold's security. If we are to free our friends, we will require an effective strategy, and if we are to formulate an effective strategy, we will require intelligence. I believe I know a man who may be able to assist us in this, Lord Portelaine of House Durandare. He is stationed at the Observatorium in Curthus. Let us go to him and beseech his aid. Let me just check something real quick. I think I know what we will probably meet next stream. The revamped fight with what's his name, Ritherton? But I do think that this is a good stopping point. So what we're going to do is we're going to return to Gridania, to the inn, and then we're going to maybe take a few pictures for just general, like I need to have a lot of Lalafell goodness in my screenshots folder so that I have something good to make all these posts that I make with. And that also leaves a great opportunity to just talk a little bit. So, as I usually say, this is like the time where we are rounding off the stream. So if there's anything you guys want to talk about, this is always the best opportunity to do so. And the good news, Lowell, I'm guessing that you probably already know that. But at any inn, you can talk with this unending journey. And then you can just grab the cutscene that you want to see and see it. So you can rewatch a cutscene and take all the pictures you want, because I can totally understand why you would completely forget to take any screenshots in the moment. It's like being at a concert with your phone up, recording it, instead of enjoying the concert. Some people like doing that. but I can see why it would be very distracting. I think we haven't actually used that emote for anything yet. Lalafell's existence makes me happy. Me too, by the way. As I've said before, if Aura weren't a race that you could choose, I would probably play a Lalafell. And that's actually not just probably, it's like almost guaranteed that I would be playing a Lalafell. That is absolutely my second favorite race in the entire game. Dr. Wario says, all my tunes are Lalas and Rigatons. I mean, that is an incredibly funny combination. Specifically, the big Rigatons and the tiny Lalafells. I love it. And Lowell says, I've used 2 Fantasias so far, and I wish it's only ever 2. Well, what have you switched to, Lowell? Like, you started as something, then you switched, and then you switched again? What was your journey? You started as a male Aura, then switched to female Aura, and now you're a female Mikote. Well, if you prefer female Mikote, and you're enjoying the game more for being that, then that's perfect. But if you're eyeing another race, like for instance a Lalafell, and feeling like you're missing out, then that might be a little bit of a problem. But what you could do is you could for instance make an alt, like an extra character as a Lalafell or any race that you were considering trying, and like, you know, just play a little bit as them. I know it's not at all the same as playing your main, speaking from experience, but it might give you the ability to like test run whether you really want to play that race. I think that's a pretty good amount of pictures. We also have an incredibly large package of pictures from the cutscene fiesta we just had. So I think I'm good in that department. It was most of the animations for you. You found female here to be too girly for the jogging animation. Aura's good, but I found it to have too much hip sway when jogging. Mikote is perfect. Too much hip sway. Huh. I never really thought about that. I actually felt that especially female Aura had a very neutral jogging animation, but I can definitely see the female hero thing. Like if you're choosing, I believe, the Midlander one, they actually they have the princess run, don't they? But that is definitely an important, very important part when you're choosing your race. I think another thing that it's more prevalent on some races than others is the noises they make. There are certain jobs that you make your character play specific, voice lines regularly. If you don't like the voice line that your character plays when you do that, that might ruin your enjoyment of that job. Particular ones include typically like weapon skills. Most like combo weapon skills can do that. The one where I notice it the most is machinists doing their 1-2-3 combo. They very regularly play that noise. I don't mind it. I'm used to my main making that noise, so I don't really worry that much about it. I mostly notice it if I'm extremely focused on doing the rotation correctly. Which is like so focused that it's the only thing that matters, and that's like when I'm recording rotations, rotation demonstrations in my guides, for instance. There, like I can say right now that every single one of those like up to 3 minute demonstrations at the end of my guides where I explain the opener and the rotation are, this is probably obvious, but they're uncut. It's a full take, right? I do the opener and the rotation in one single take from start to finish, which means that I have to, get it mostly right, and typically I make no mistakes, like not a single mistake, as best as I can, and occasionally there's like a single little mistake somewhere, and then I hope that when I get to the editing part, that either I didn't need that much of the rotation so that the mistake doesn't even show in the video, or I hope no one notices that I made a mistake. But I think for the most part, it's more just a nice demonstration to see how it will look in practice. But it's hard to see how it looks actually as soon as you move away from the training, like the striking dummy, right? The Whale says, female aura has much hip sway. Because are pretty neutral when it comes to jogging and running. Oh, I see. I don't know, maybe I just don't notice because I always, almost always have my main character wear robes and dresses and the like, so I don't really see that much of the hip. So you're probably right. You get an earful with your gunbreaker. Then I hope you chose a voice that you like. Otherwise, that could cause you a lot of headache in the future. There's also another thing, speaking of voice. I think most players don't care that much about it, but most races have spammable voice lines. Aura, at least female aura, most of their emotes take like 2/3 of a second or more before any sound plays at all. Which some people might see as a deal breaker. I would guess people in Limsa Lominsa might. Some people in Limsa Lominsa might, just based on what I hear whenever I go to Limsa Lominsa. Like, do you even live if you can't do this? Which is probably the real reason why Ghost Howler's gonna have nightmares about Lalafell sounds. But yeah, that might be a deal breaker. I don't mind. I don't really do the spam thing. You spam the ranger poses. Yeah, those are nice. Unfortunately, those I have those. But apparently, those are not account-wide. They're pretty good. You can use them to make it look like you're slapping someone repeatedly. Or you're having like a fist fight with someone. They're really good. But yeah, I think Mikote and Lalafell are the, especially female Lalafell and female Mikote are the race gender combinations with the most commonly spammed sound emotes. Noah says, whenever a random walks up to me and pets me, I just wail on them with the ranger pose. Well, fortunately for you, I typically only pet Lalafells, so as long as you're a Mikote, you're probably fine. I also pet people that request it. You got your monk to 70. Awesome. That means you got Brotherhood now, right? Isn't it Brotherhood they get at 70? I think it is. You have to do the class quest, right? Of course. Just in case you start to consider it as you get the ability, and say just to follow up on your question about Riddle of Fire earlier, is I'm pretty sure Riddle of Fire has the longer duration of the two, doesn't it? 20 seconds. Brotherhood has 15 seconds. So, just to round out on that explanation earlier, is that you would want to start casting your, like in an opener sense, you would want to start casting your buffs like Riddle of Fire and Brotherhood, and Riddle of Wind when you get that one, after your Twin Snakes in your opener. Mainly because it's going to take a few GCDs to actually get all of that going. One particular thing is that you want to make sure you've used Forbidden Chakra before you use Brotherhood, because if I remember correctly, already at level 70, Brotherhood has this mechanic that makes you generate more chakra more quickly. And if it doesn't, might as well master that immediately, because you're gonna need to know it later anyway. The way I would do it, Lowell, is that I would do Twin Snakes and then I would late weave Riddle of Fire. Do you know the concept of late weaving? Just asking to be sure. And then, for example, I would double weave actually, so I would probably do late weave Riddle of Fire after Twin Snakes, and then after Demolish, which usually comes after Twin Snakes in the opener, I would double weave and do Brotherhood into Forbidden Chakra, so that they're both spent, because presumably you want to use Forbidden Chakra after Riddle of Fire, so your opener is going to be like Dragon Kick in Formless Fist, of course, from Form Shift, into Twin Snakes, late weave Riddle of Fire, Demolish into Brotherhood, and then Forbidden Chakra. And the reason why Brotherhood comes first is because then your Forbidden Chakra will benefit from the damage bonus. And then you do Boot Shine, and then you weave Perfect Balance. That is one way to do it. I think my monk guide actually also included a way to do it with exclusively single weaving. Let me just check. Okay, so the opener I just described isn't exactly what I did, what I said in my guide. So, hey Makoto, you're catching us in the end of the stream, yeah. We've been going for nearly 6 hours. But I'm glad to see you still. How are you doing, Makoto? So Lowell, just so that we aren't like just talking hand wavy. Here it is. Here doth be thine opener. This is the one. Complete with a file name and everything. So the Thunderclap is optional. But you do Dragon Kick with Formless Fist into Twin Snakes, Riddle of Fire, which you could late weave if you want to, Demolish and Forbidden Chakra, then Bootshine, and then Brotherhood Perfect Balance. Now, the reason why you might want to do Brotherhood here specifically, and like put it 2 GCDs later than Riddle of Fire, actually makes perfectly good sense. Riddle of Fire is 5 seconds longer than Brotherhood, so if you use Riddle of Fire, 2 GCDs and then Brotherhood, then they are going to run out approximately in the same moment anyway. So that's why you sneak in 2 GCDs before you use Brotherhood. Now, we see the rest of the opener. You go Dragon Kick, Bootshine, Dragon Kick, Masterful Blitz, so that's 4 things. So that's about 8 seconds. And then Bootshine with the Formless Fist you gained from using the Masterful Blitz. Followed by Perfect Balance again, Twin Snakes, Dragon Kick, Demolish. Well, the order doesn't actually matter here. But if I remember correctly, Twin Snakes is gonna run out here. Dragon Kick doesn't matter whether you use it here or here, but I believe Demolish is about to end over here, because you can see the distance here. And then you finish with Rising Phoenix or Masterful Blitz again. And with all that, it means that from you using Brotherhood, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 GCDs. And because Brotherhood lasts 15 seconds, let's say half a second after you use Brotherhood, you use Dragon Kick. And then we add 2 seconds for each follow-up. So you say 0.5, 2.5, 4.5, 6.5, 8.5, 10.5, 12.5, 14.5. So that means if you late weave Brotherhood and do this perfectly, then Rising Phoenix comes out half a second before Brotherhood ends. So that's the reason why you delay it slightly. But you can also see that actually we're not late weaving Brotherhood, we're early weaving it. But usually you will have some skill speed on your gear anyway. So this is probably, half a second, or maybe a whole second because Brotherhood is early weaved. And then Bootshine is maybe, 2.93 seconds or something like that. That's good to hear, Makoto. I'm doing really well. We beat Garuda tonight. I've actually had a really good evening. It's really nice. Ralo asks, have you done the Dragon Kick times 100 rotation before? No. I've tested it very briefly, but I will not do it. Why do a suboptimal rotation when you can do an optimal rotation, right? Did my stream cut out there for a moment? And Lowell says, is there anything I should use on cooldown? I'd assume Forbidden Chakra. Actually, you should... now, this sounds a little bit strange, but you should optimally be using everything on cooldown. Like, all of your offensive cooldowns should generally be used on cooldown. It's not exactly how it's gonna play out in practice, especially with Monk specifically, because you want to make sure, as you saw in that opener, let me just grab that picture again. This opener also sort of reflects how you want to play your rotation, like in general. Like, you want to use Riddle of Fire, do about 2 GCDs, and then Brotherhood, Perfect Balance, and then all these other things, right? But some of these things aren't there every time. In fact, it's not the case every time that Riddle of Fire will become ready perfectly so that you can do Demolish, Boot Shine. Sometimes you will be in a different place in your rotation when Riddle of Fire comes up. So that means that sometimes you, the player, might choose to delay Riddle of Fire, GCD or 2 or 3 or 4, because it matches better with what you're used to doing, or maybe some boss mechanic is gonna come in and get in the way, or maybe you're really good at playing the perfect drift, as I believe the monk rotation in this case is called, and the reason why it's called something with drift is because some of these things are gonna drift. That's what it's gonna come down to. Your cooldowns are gonna drift in some capacity. It's guaranteed that some things are gonna push a little bit. Eventually, Riddle of Fire and Brotherhood, at least Riddle of Fire, might not line up that perfectly with the rest of the raid's cooldowns, depending on how well you do it. But generally, you want to use your damage cooldowns on cooldown. But Forbidden Chakra, you absolutely want to use on cooldown. In fact, monks that, like master monks that played way more than I do, are so, like, they would wish they woke up on Christmas Eve, Christmas morning, to hear that now you can hold 10 Forbidden Chakra stacks and just spend 5 at a time, because it's so annoying that sometimes you just lose the 6th stack because you were too lucky. So yeah, you want to use everything on cooldown. In fact, that applies to most DPS jobs. Like, if you pay attention to the way that I play Dragoon when we're doing dungeons, I try my best to use, like, I use Lance Charge after Disembowel, I use Life Surge after Full Thrust, but I actually also use Jump right after Chaos Thrust because I'm late weaving Lance Charge. And then I pretty much just make my way through all of my damage cooldowns, because in a combat sense, you want to use everything that does damage or increase your damage the moment it is available. The only reason you would want to delay it is to line it up with something. But because of many changes in Endwalker specifically, you're in a situation where most cooldowns automatically line up, so you don't want to delay anything. There is no reason to delay anything. Like, a recent one is Gunbreaker used to have a reasonable discussion that was, do you use Bloodfest on cooldown, or do you wait the extra 30 seconds so that it lines up with the 2-minute raid cooldowns? People ultimately discovered that the DPS gain from using it on cooldown was better. Then 6.2 came and they made the cooldown 2 minutes. Now you can't choose. And then Luel says, Machinist, I have a bad habit of holding on to drill or air anchor because my reassembler is about to come up. But then I heard that I shouldn't waste time like that. Correct. Drill should come up on its own often enough. In fact, if I remember correctly, Drill's cooldown is 55 seconds. No, Drill's cooldown is 20 seconds. Reassemble's cooldown is 55 seconds. Which means that if you only use Reassemble on Drill or Air Anchor or Chainsaw, then Reassemble will become ready first. And what I mean by that is, if you use Drill on cooldown, you will use Drill 0 seconds, 20 seconds, 40 seconds and 60 seconds. You will use Reassemble on the first drill, meaning that Reassemble will be used on 0 and 55. Which means that you will do Reassemble drill, 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 Reassemble drill. And it comes completely naturally. The only reason why these things can displace each other is if you use Reassemble and drill separate from each other, or if you are in a dungeon, which is probably the reason why it happens to you. In that case, I would say drill on cooldown is more important than Reassemble on cooldown. You should use drill on cooldown. That is the most important thing. Reassemble can be paired with a whole slew of things. In fact, based on what you've said earlier, I'm pretty sure you said you were level 80 with all ranged physical. I believe Reassemble unlocks the ability to hold 2 charges at level 84 or 88, which completely removes the problem, because you can just save or reassemble if you want to, and just pair it with the thing you want to use it on. But yeah, it's not uncommon for people to really like to sit on cooldowns, especially if the boss is coming up. A funny thing that I learned from World of Warcraft dungeons, actually, is that using your damage cooldowns on AoE packs, so where you like get to cleave everything, actually results in, like, if we assume you have a total DPS through the entirety of a dungeon, right? So like, you enter the dungeon, the roulette, whatever, you enter the dungeon, and you've done 0 damage. Then you go into the first trash pack, beat those, you get the second trash pack, you beat those. Eventually get to the boss, you fight that, and you get through the entire dungeon. Through the entire dungeon, assume you have one combined amount of damage done. Like, not, like, it doesn't need to be a DPS meter necessarily, but the amount of damage you have done throughout the entire dungeon. So, not how much damage you did to each individual boss, specifically how much damage you did in the entire dungeon. You will add way more to that number by using your damage cooldowns on AoE. The boss is actually in dungeons often much less frightening than the adds, because those double pack pulls that the tanks make put a lot more strain on the tank and the healer than the boss will, even if the boss takes much longer. So it's much more efficient and useful to give it like 200% if you can on AoE, and then go half-time on the boss if you had to choose. Because the boss is like easy, you know what it's gonna do through the entire fight, and most bosses in dungeons don't even have an enrage of any capacity, so you'll be fine. So generally speaking, use your cooldowns when they're available. You don't need to save them. Like, if there's like a DPS check, there's always exceptions to rules, right? But generally, use your cooldowns as they come up. You don't need to sit on them. In fact, the most difficult part about that is if some of your cooldowns get displaced for some reason. Like, you would want to use Dragonfire Dive exclusively during Lance Charge, and because Lance Charge has a 60-second cooldown and Dragonfire Dive has a 120-second cooldown, obviously every second Lance Charge automatically lands alongside Dragonfire Dive. But if you're in a dungeon, you fight a pack using Lance Charge, and then you run some and you fight another pack and they die before you get to use Lance Charge again. So Lance Charge is sitting there ready to be used for like 30 seconds. So when you run up to the next pack, you use Lance Charge, and when Lance Charge ends, Dragonfire Dive is ready in 10 seconds. Do you use Dragonfire Dive now, like when it becomes available? Or do you not use it for 120 seconds? Or at least 50 additional seconds and lose out on like a half Dragonfire Dive? That's 150 potency that you're missing out on, just to make sure that you get 10% more on your next Dragonfire Dive, which is 30 potency. So you're losing 150 potency per target to gain 30 per target in 50 seconds. So, long story short, sitting on cooldowns is a DPS loss. Even if you could stack them together and get more benefit, usually stacking them together is a loss in some capacity. And you need to really think hard about it if you want to delay something. And it's usually related to all the raid cooldowns at once in a raid setting, and then usually that will line up fine anyway. If you're completely off from your raid cooldowns, you're probably not gonna make the enrage anyway, or you're gonna wipe, or maybe you messed up something. Maybe it's gonna be fine. A little bit rambly, but the point is, use your damage. Lunar Whale says, is there a way to tell how many mobs there needs to be for AoEs to get their potency increased? potency increases. To get their potency increases? What do you mean, Lowell? Do you mean like how many enemies you need to be fighting for AoE to be worth using? Is that what you mean? So just to make sure that we don't have a misunderstanding here, there is no I don't know if that's what you're thinking, but I'm just gonna address it anyway. There is no hidden mechanic that says that when you're hitting enemies when you're hitting over a certain number of enemies, your AoE attacks hit harder or something like that. There is no such thing. I'm not imagining that's what you're saying. I'm just saying that, just in case anyone's listening that might think that that's how it works, like the reason why you hit Doomspike on 3 targets or something is because when it hits 3 targets it does double damage or something like that. Doesn't work like that. It's much simpler than that. So I have a guide on how to read tooltips, Lowell, which addresses this in a more systematic way, but let's take it here, because I think that's the best way to explain it, is reading tooltips. So I'm gonna look at the very simple 1, 2, 3 combo that is True Thrust, Wobble Thrust, and Full Thrust, because they just do damage, nothing else, and compared to Doomspike. So True Thrust does 170 potency, and now it turned into Night apparently. Wobble Thrust does 250 potency, and Full Thrust does 400 potency. So on average, every 3 globals you're gonna do 1, 2, 3, right? So that means that a third of your potency is going to be True Thrust, a third is going to be Wobble Thrust, and a third is going to be Full Thrust. So basically add these 3 together and divide by 3, and then you get the average potency. So I have 170, 250, that's 420, and then 400. So that's 820. And then we divide it by 3, which I'm going to do with a calculator, because I am not trusting myself on that. That's going to be 273. I'm gonna say I'm not very good at speaking numbers either, so if you're finding it a little bit difficult to follow right now, that's okay. 273. Now, Doomspike does flat out 110 potency to all enemies in a straight line before you, so that means 110 to each of them. So if there's 1 enemy in front of you, it does 110 potency. If there's 2 targets, it does 220 potency. If there's 10 targets in front of you, it does 1100 potency in total when you use it. Which means that if there's 3 targets in front of you and you use Doomspike and you hit all 3 of them, it does 330 potency, which is more than 273. That's it. Period. Just check mark, complete, done. That's it. Doomspike is better on 3 targets because 330 is more than 273. It's that simple. That's how it works. Was that the answer to your question, Lowell? And Raulo says, how much gathering and perception do I need to gather the new stuff again? When you say the new stuff, do you mean the stuff from 6.2? If you mean the stuff that was added in 6.2, then I don't know. I haven't gathered it myself. I just bought gear. But I would imagine if you have a if you have a full gear set of the newest crafted gear, which I believe is from 6.1, then if you just have it like melded, it doesn't have to be over melded, but just meld it with some gathering and perception, I think you should be fine. But I don't know for certain. I would, if I was in your shoes, Rallo, I would say Google it. But I know from experience that sometimes it is not as easy as the first Google search that gets it. Which normally, when you guys ask something that I know I can easily Google the answer to, or I know where to find it, I will just find it for you. There's no reason for me to say, lol, Google it. I would rather tell you, but I know that it took me time to find like basic information on gathering, perception, and GP values and stuff. It would take me a while to find the answer for you. So I think the best suggestion I would say is try and look up the specific items you want to gather. Maybe someone has written up how much of each stat you need to get them. That would be my suggestion. I hope that works, Rallo. Lowell says, yeah, so I thought that the 330 potency would be applied to all mobs, not as a collection of the 110 that is applied to the mobs. But it's a better distribution of damage is what it is, pretty much. Yeah, exactly, Lowell. So there's no shenanigans. It's straight up. It's just what the tooltip says. There's no magic. Well, there is magic. If the AoE is magic. But it is as simple as counting the number. Like, if an attack says all enemies, then that's it. I'm really glad that I could help you to understand exactly how it works, because understanding how AoE damage is calculated in this sense, it's not that complicated, but if you misunderstand it, then you can go on a wild goose chase for something that doesn't exist. I think that I do describe it a little bit more in my guide on how to read a tooltip, and I'm just gonna say that I'm not that's not meant to be condescending or anything. I have seen people at max level that have trouble reading tooltips exactly right, which is the kind of the reason why I'm explaining it. But yeah, it's a common problem. Now that you know how to count AoE damage, I'm sure you can optimize your rotation for a lot more. So for the longest time I was thinking use the AoE on 3 or more mobs meant that, oh, so it does more damage on 3 or more mobs. Instead it's more damage to the entire mob group. Yeah, exactly. It's just, it doesn't do more damage to each individual. It's just that the collective damage is more. Exactly. I think in a lot of my guides I've tried to like write out the potency difference, but of course it can be very difficult to see exactly what I mean. But it's okay, Luel. I'm glad you learned that today rather than later. Like that's perfect. That was a really good question, by the way. Well, let me just see if I can Google it for you, Rala, real quick. I don't think I can. I think I found something. It doesn't say how... Oh wait, it does say something. It said... The notes I can find, Ralu, says that you need 3,600 perception to gather the new materials. 3,600 perception. And then there are some node bonuses you can trigger all the way up to 3,990 gathering, 3,800 perception, and 900 GP. Something like between 3,600 gathering, 4,000 gathering, 850 to 900 GP, and then 3,800 perception. So, if you want to optimize, you need something like that. I don't know if you can have all of those things at once. But that would be the minimum to get everything optimized. Now, I mentioned just very briefly earlier when we were dealing with Shiana and what was his name, Mimidoa, the guy looking at bots, that I think Thursday's stream next week will be us leveling a secondary job for Smol Guy here. So I might put up a poll asking what that job should be. Of course, a poll can only have on YouTube 5 options, so I'm going to have to find a way to sort it, and the primary way I'm going to sort it is I'm going to be choosing a list of jobs that have been changed significantly since I leveled them to 50 originally, or they've been changed significantly in Endwalker. Those things are the same because I leveled everything to past 50 in Shadowbringers. But that will be what I will be doing. I could imagine that Ninja might be on it. Wario might actually be on it. But yeah, I'll do that because then we have a little extra Smol Kai adventures. And that will be, of course, 0 main quest and just be leveling. And we'll try a few ways to level, which will probably include some roulettes. Or roulette. We have the one. But we would really like this. You're welcome, Ralu. And Tuesday is going to be another PvP stream where we're going to be progressing the Platinum rank. Maybe we can get to Diamond, but I believe we are in low Platinum, so it might be really, really, really difficult to reach Diamond in a single session. And then Saturday, of course, is going to be more Smol Kai adventures. And a little bit of a to match the macro guide today, we're going to be having a video on all of these settings. Every single one that you might find helpful in some way. And talk about it and show off what can and can't be helpful. And what you might want to know. And I think that's pretty much everything that I've had, and we've gotten 50 minutes longer than I planned to in the pursuit of a nice conversation once again. Thank you all for all those good questions. Let's get it. Yeah. It has ascended from being an old meme, or at this point old meme, to becoming a meme in our space specifically. Better save your settings before starting that video. Actually, I made a point of putting back my settings after things when I was showing off something that I didn't want to use myself. But in some capacity, most of the video would obviously recommend you do things that I do, right? Why would I not use a setting if I think it's a good setting and I'm recommending it to you? Right. That's pretty much all I have for you guys today. And thank you all for being super awesome in the chat. That always makes it way more fun. And good night and good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And thank you all so much again. No, you. I'll see you guys very, very soon. On Tuesday. Good night.